Hello, hello. Welcome in Lane Pop. Welcome in Trika. Welcome in Zaku. Welcome in Mura Sensei. Welcome in everyone. Welcome in. Um, I'm a little scared right now. My computer is making some kind of scary noises. Oh, Big Iron, welcome in as well. I am trying out the Twitch enhanced broadcasting thing, which I still haven't really figured out what it is. I think it means I can stream in like different qualities. I want you guys to do me a favor. Can you go and see when you click on the little thing to adjust like the quality of my stream? Can you tell me like what like qualities are available, like 1080, 1440, 780? Like, can someone tell me like what is currently available right now? Because my bitrate is 10,000 kilobytes a second, which is twice as much as what I normally have it set to. So I'm a little scared right now. I'm a little scared. I set it so it said it was supposed to automatically adjust my bitrate and the CPU usage for my, computer and OBS and whatever. So I set it to auto, and I'm a little scared because it says OBS is using like almost 7% of my CPU, which is more than what it usually does. Okay, I'm gonna switch over because I want to see if my VTuber model is laggy or not. 360 and 480, 30, 70, 1080, 60. Okay, but that's on mobile. That's on mobile. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Is there anyone on PC who could tell me what they're getting right now? I'll just switch over because I want to see if I'm lagging today. Okay. No lag yet. Okay, that's good. That's good at least. Music is good. That's I don't know, because like if the stream dies, it's because my router exploded or my computer overheated. So if that happens, that's what happens. Is this new witchcraft? Yes. To be honest with you, I didn't really look into it that much. I remember I got an email for it like a few months ago, and I was like, yeah, whatever. And then I was watching a VOD and someone was talking about it, and I was like, okay, maybe I should try it out. So I'm trying it out today, just to see what it does. I don't know what it does. I probably should have watched a video or something on it, because to be fair, the Twitch's explanation of it on their help page did not actually tell me what it did. It's just like, oh, you can encode at different bit rates or some shit like that. I don't know what that means. I've been streaming for 2.5 years now. I don't know what that means. All I know is that bitrate makes stream good. Big bitrate makes stream go good, right? That's that's all I know. Big bitrate, stream go good. Stream go fast, big bitrate, right? But normally I cap it at like 5,000 because that was the limit for a little while on Twitch, or was it YouTube? I don't remember. And also because like I don't really know like how much I can use in terms of like my internet connection. Like, is it going to slow it down for everyone else in the house? Like right now, no one is home but me, so it's not really a problem. But if like, my parents are like watching videos or streaming, then it might be a problem, which I'm curious to see. Because technically I do have a gigabit connection. Last I checked, I was getting like 900 up through like my Wi-Fi or whatever. However, I am not connected to the router. I am connected via Ethernet cable to the Wi-Fi extender, which does have my speed. Granted, 400, 500 up is still pretty good. And no, down, sorry. 400, 500 down is still pretty good. And 40 up. I think I have like 40 up is also still pretty good. Everything seems to be going good so far. Yeah, I'm just winging it today. So I'm like kind of keeping an eye on my OBS to see like Am I lagging? No, I'm not lagging. Okay, I'm scared. I'm scared. I figured today would be a good day to try it out since I'm just like, I just want to yap today. I have things I want to talk about. Since I haven't done a yap stream in a while, since I've just been playing Death Stranding for the past 9 days straight. And I think people are probably tired of that since most of my viewers and lurkers have not been watching those streams, you know? Okay, I'll just keep an eye on it. Okay, let me organize my thoughts here. I wrote some things down. I guess we could start off with food news since there is a lot that we have to catch up on since I haven't done that in like a week and a half, I guess, maybe 2 weeks at this point. I don't even know. And just like general news in general that I've saved. Okay. D1, welcome in. Let's see here. Where was I last? Okay, I think I was somewhere around here. It's all holding. Yeah, pray for a stable stream. Please pray for me. Please pray for me. What is this? That's not anything. Okay. Food. This is from June 24th, so a little bit older. McDonald's blueberry and cream pie is returning now at participating McDonald's locations. I don't know what those locations are, but you should check your local McDonald's to see if they have it. Oh, I think I already talked about this one actually. Yeah, I did. Okay, let me remove this here. Extra Fuzzy, welcome in. Welcome. Okay. Oh, Moose. Yes, Moose. Yes, you could watch my stream now. I'm not playing Death Stranding today. Okay. IHOP Canada has a special how to train your dragon menu. Was it good? Oh, it was good. It was crazy. It was insane. I can't wait for you to play it. You need to play it. Anyway, they got toothless pancakes. Is that a spicy burger? I don't know what the hell that is. The interesting thing about this menu is that they have what appears to be a drink with popping boba in it, which is crazy from IHOP. Of course, this is Canadian IHOP. I don't know where the hell they're getting their boba from, but... Oh, it did also Mexico. IHOP in Canada and Mexico for the How to Train Your Dragon menu. Kind of weird that they're not doing the US, but whatever. I think there's already a promotion going on at IHOP right now. So yeah, I don't remember what it is though. Good news for those of you, for everyone, I suppose. McDonald's is finally bringing back their snack wraps permanently on July 10th. That's what it says, July 10th. The snack wraps are coming back permanently. So good for those of you who like the McDonald's snack wraps. Aloha Gator, welcome in. What's next? Star Wars, Coca-Cola. You can buy a Coca-Cola can or bottle with like a Star Wars character on it. Unfortunately, none of these characters appear to be General Grievous, so that's a bit disappointing. This one's kind of gross to me. I'm curious if any of you have tried this before. Oreo is bringing back their blueberry pie pancakes. It says back by popular demand. I have never seen these in my life before. I've never even heard of these. But apparently enough people like them for them to bring them back. And I'll be real with you. Blueberry Oreo, like it's not chocolate, right? It's like the white Oreos, right? The graham cracker flavored cookie. So it's a cookie that's flavored like graham cracker. Which again Graham cracker flavor. What are you talking about? Just use a graham cracker. And sweet and tangy blueberry flavored cream. These are also limited edition. I'm not really a blueberry fan to begin with, but artificial blueberry flavor is kind of vile to me. I don't know. I really don't like it. I really don't like it. So I don't really know who this is for. I genuinely don't know who this is for. But for the 5 people who apparently like the blueberry pie Oreos, eat your heart out, I guess. Let's see. This one actually looks pretty good. Sydney Sweeney, for whatever reason, has a collaboration with Baskin Robbins right now. You can get I don't even know what the hell this is. It's like a milkshake, but there's no ice cream in it. It's called Sydney's Signature Fizz, which is rainbow sorbet with starry lemon lime soda topped with gummy bear minis. That actually doesn't sound terrible. And a signature scoop, which is the rainbow sorbet with gummy bears on top in a chocolate dipped waffle cone with sprinkles. That's very indulgent, extremely indulgent. Very good. That sounds good. Both of those sound good to me. Let's see. This is not news. I mean, it kind of is. This is an article I saw where they referred to Diet Coke as a fridge cigarette. And nothing has ever made more sense to me in my entire life. That's what it is. It's a fridge cigarette. I'm so glad there's finally a word for it now. Yeah, right? It's a fridge cigarette. That's what it is. Like your afternoon Diet Coke, it's time for a fridge cigarette. It takes the edge off. It's literally like a fucking a fridgerette. Exactly, a fridgerette, if you will. I used to be pretty hooked on Diet Coke. I used to drink like a Diet Coke a day. That was my fridge cigarette. And I'm so glad there's finally a term for it now. Oh boy. Continuing on with beverages, this is kind of vile to me. Liquid Death, I've never had Liquid Death before. Is Liquid Death just like sparkling water? Yeah, it's flavored sparkling water. I've never tried it before. I don't like sparkling water. I don't like flavored water. But they're releasing a Fruity Pebbles flavored sparkling water, which, to be frank, sounds unbelievably vile. Like, I'll be real. I do not like Fruity Pebbles flavor to begin with. Like, yeah, when I was like 5-6 years old, I was like, it's the Fruity Pebbles. But like as an adult, I try a Fruity Pebble and I'm like, wow, this is disgusting. And you're putting it in a sparkling water, Liquid Death, no less. Yeah, I don't need my sparkling water with a masculine coating on it, right? It's fucking stupid. So this is pretty fucking disgusting. I don't know why anyone would unironically drink this. You would have to be a psychopath to drink this. But it exists now, unfortunately, for us. Let's see what else. This one is for me. This is news for me. Impossible has released grilled Southwest burger patties. I don't know what that means. What is a Southwest burger patty? What do they mean by this? What is a Southwest burger? Did they just put like Chipotle in it? Just spices in it? Like, I don't know what that means. Black beans and corn. Maybe. I mean, it is made from plants. Corn and black beans are plants, so maybe. Let's see. Actually, I should save this. Oh, this one was a little interesting to me. So, Domino's in Australia, where we've been for the past 9 days. Oh, welcome in. Is releasing giant donuts that are 16 centimeters, which is hold on, let me get my tape measure here. Give me a sec. A 16 centimeter donut is like almost 6.5 inches, like in diameter. That's fucking insane. That's a huge donut. That's psychotic. What the fuck? And they're only $7? $7 Australian. Is that a lot? I mean, $7 for a donut is a lot, but $7 for a 6.5 inch donut, I feel like that's a reasonable price. Hold on, what is Australian dollars to USD? I'm curious as to what the exchange rate is. 1 Australian dollar is 66 cents. So 7 Australian dollars is $4.59. Oh, that's a steal. That's a steal. What the hell? That's a steal. I had no idea the Australian dollar was so much weaker than the US dollar. I thought they were like about the same, but I guess not. Normal donuts are like $8 for a dozen. I mean, depending on where you get them. But regardless, I would not buy a donut from Domino's Pizza because I don't trust them. They specialize in pizza. Why the fuck would I get a donut from Domino's? Yeah, I'd go to fucking Dunkin', right? Why the fuck would I go to Domino's for a pizza? I don't know if they have Dunkin' in Australia, though. Sucks for them. Lord Nestra, welcome in. They had donuts in Australia. Right now in Australia, Domino's Pizza has Dunkin', like giant donuts. I don't know if they have Dunkin'. In Australia, not here. Hopefully they never come here because these are weird to me. They look suspicious. I don't know. So they have Krispy Kreme. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Why would you go to Taco Bell for chicken wings? Exactly. You get it. So Burger King is testing out some new items at select locations in Toledo and Cleveland, Ohio. So if you live in Ohio or Toledo, you could probably find these items potentially at your local Burger King. It's very interesting, actually, because fast food restaurants test out a lot of their new offerings in and around Ohio. I think there's like a specific area that I don't know if it's a specific city that they do it in or just Ohio, because for whatever reason, they have concluded that Ohio is the perfect testing ground for getting feedback on new menu items. I don't know why. I don't know what the demographics of Ohio are or why they've decided that Ohio is somehow a good place to do this, but they're doing it. Anyway, the new menu items. Some of these sound good. Garlic Parmesan chicken fries. Nashville hot chicken fries. Of course, knowing Burger King, these are not going to be very spicy. Yeah, people in Ohio will eat it. Everyone will. I guess. Cheddar crusted stacker. I don't know what this is. That sounds kind of scary. JD, welcome in. Now we get on to the good stuff. We've got Kit Kat shakes and Hershey's chocolate shakes. So we got a caramel Kit Kat shake, a Hershey's chocolate shake, the vanilla Kit Kat shake, and the chocolate Kit Kat shake. I don't know what that means. I guess they have Kit Kats in them. I'd try it. They have to test these things on Chicago to see how dangerous they are, I guess. Oh, but apparently, good news, the Kit Kat shakes are being tested in Houston. The garlic Parmesan chicken fries are being tested in Columbus. And the burger is being tested in Toledo and Cincinnati. Okay. Good for you, I guess. This is kind of fucking vile to me, but Buffalo Wild Wings is releasing a new beverage that is called the Mountain Dew Radler, which consists of 50% Mountain Dew and 50% beer. They don't specify what kind of beer, but Mountain Dew and beer. Now, Mountain Dew and tequila is a very good combination. I recommend Mountain Dew tequila if you want to have a little fun. But Mountain Dew and beer, I don't know about that. I mean, there's already alcoholic Mountain Dew, right? There's already hard Mountain Dew. So what is the purpose of this? What is the purpose of this? I don't understand. I would not drink this. I'm biased because I hate beer to begin with. I'm biased, so this drink is not for me. But this is arguably less gross than the Gonster. I think this is significantly less disgusting than the Gonster. But it's still kind of a weird combination. Let's see. So Starbucks is bringing back their Summer Berry Refresher Frappuccino, and the chocolate brownie, the Starbucks chocolate brownie is back forever. I've had this Starbucks chocolate brownie quite a bit in my life. I didn't even realize it was something that they removed from the menu. I mean, I haven't seen it in a long time, but I just assumed that's because the locations that I usually go to don't carry it, or they're just always out of it. Apparently, they haven't been doing it for a while. But they're bringing back the chocolate brownie at Starbucks. Starbucks pastries are okay. They're fine. They're fine. Like, the only time I'll eat a Starbucks pastry is if, like, I have no other option. I don't have any food. I'm on a trip and I have nothing else to eat for breakfast. Then it's like, fine, I'll go to Starbucks and get a lemon loaf or whatever in the friggin' brownie. Free, welcome in. Yeah, no more Death Stranding. Finally, I'm watchable again. Yeah, it's a Starbucks pastry. It's fine. It's fine. It's calories when you need calories and nothing more. So McDonald's has new Happy Meal toys. 21 of them, to be in fact. And these things are freaking adorable. They are like mini versions of McDonald's things. For example, a miniature version of the Halloween bucket, a miniature version of like a cash register, a miniature version of a McDonald's truck, of a booth, of a whatever. These are all very cute. A miniature McDonald's, they're cute. They're really cute. They're really cute. You could collect them all and have a little tea party with your dolls or something. Nothing bundit cakes. Banana pudding buntlet? I've never had... Actually, I think I have had a bundit cake before. It was fine, but way too sweet. This is banana pudding and Nilla wafers, which both sound delicious. This sounds great. It's probably going to make me sick, though, because that's a lot of... Ginga, welcome in. It does sound great. It does sound great. Let's see. What else do we got here? This is not food news. This is not food news. But the USPS, the United States Postal Service, is releasing SpongeBob Forever stamps, which is like a dream come true. I don't know. I love SpongeBob, so I'm gonna see if I can grab. I don't send letters. I don't send packages, but I want them anyway because I love SpongeBob. So I'm gonna, yeah. Do I regularly review food news? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. This is something I love doing. I follow several like food accounts on Instagram. I do want to start integrating them into my stream a little bit more and showing you guys pictures rather than just telling you. So I will probably be working on that soon. Because, it's like if I say something, but I don't show you a picture, it doesn't have as much of an impact. So I'll be trying to, integrate it a little bit more into my streams. But I love this stuff. I love talking about it. Let's see. Cheesecake Factory peach perfect cheesecake with raspberry sauce and vanilla crust. I don't like peaches, so you know, Seal Snack Series. Wait, that's actually a really good name, Big Iron. I might steal that. Krispy Kreme Hershey's chocolate glazed donuts returning for one day only, which is tomorrow, July 7th. So if you like Hershey's chocolate donuts, go to Krispy Kreme tomorrow and get one, because that's the only day they're going to be available. Tomorrow, yeah, it's one day and one day only on. Oh yeah, so tomorrow, go to Krispy Kreme if you want one. I've never tried these. I don't really like Hershey's chocolate that much, so the regular chocolate is fine with me. Buffalo Wild Wings is returning now. Is the Buffalo Wild Wings honey garlic sauce? That sounds pretty fucking good. That sounds pretty fucking good. That's worse than the damn Japanese limited runs. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why one day. It sounds kind of weird, but whatever. Olive Garden Calabrian steak and shrimp bucatini. It's a sauce. It's a pasta with steak and shrimp, which I think is kind of a lot. For me, it's one, or it's, I think, okay, I mean, whatever. Chili's is releasing Patron frozen margaritas. I like Patron. Patron is tequila. I think Patron is fine. It's better than Jose Cuervo. I hate Jose Cuervo. I think that shit is nasty. Patron is fine. Frozen margaritas, these are probably going to be like barely any alcohol in them, especially since it's from Chili's, but they look fun. They look fun. This one, the Arctic Drift, interesting way to say it. I don't know how to speak Spanish. Arctic Drift drink with Malibu, blue Caraco, and pineapple. That sounds fucking delicious. That sounds great. Bojangles, they're back. The Bird Dog and the Peach Cobbler. I have never been to Bojangles before, but they're coming back with a chicken wing in a hot dog bun and a peach cobbler. Also for a limited time only. This next one is kind of a doozy. So you guys know those Patron? Okay. There you go. Okay. You guys, if you're American, you'll know what I'm talking about. You know when you go to the supermarket and they have those like white sugar cookies, those round white sugar cookies with the frosting on them that are just so fucking good. They're like addicting. Like you have one and you end up eating like half the box. Yeah, those things. They're releasing a version of those cookies which have Sour Patch Kids flavored frosting. I don't know what that means. That sounds scary. I don't know about that. And the same company that's doing this is also releasing mini cupcakes with the Sour Patch Kids frosting. It sounds questionable. That sounds questionable. I don't know about that. Speaking of questionable things, there's a brand of instant yakisoba in Japan that released a shortcake flavored yakisoba for a limited time, which had like little pieces of like freeze-dried strawberry in them. I saw a video of Japan Eat. He tried it. He said it was fucking nasty. And recently I saw a picture someone posted from a Japanese supermarket where they had a whole bin of these shortcake flavored yakisobas, which they were selling for 10 yen a piece. That's like 10 yen a piece. That's like less than 10 cents. They can't even get rid of them. They're just giving those things away because they're so fucking nasty. Oh God. Yeah, 10 yen is too much for that. Exactly. It's just fucking nasty. But back to the Sour Patch Kids. This one, actually, okay, there's one more item here that I actually do like the idea of. So, Sour Patch Kids bites in a tube. So, they're basically like mini Sour Patch Kids in a tube, which I love because I love mini M&Ms. I think mini M&Ms are super slept on. Mini M&Ms are nostalgic to me because my grandpa would like take me to like, I don't know, friggin' Walgreens or something, and he'd be like, "Okay, you can get a candy," and I'd always get the mini M&Ms, and they're just so convenient to eat. Like, it's convenient, it's like, with like the package, you rip it open, and then you've got to like twist it, and like you got to figure out how to keep it closed, right? But the mini M&Ms, they come in the tube. You just open it and you close it, and it stays closed. So doing that same thing with Sour Patch, that's great. I think that more candy companies should make like mini versions of their stuff into. How do you get the cylinder out of the mini M&Ms container? No. I know what you're referencing. Do not put certain things inside these tubular containers, and certainly don't put peanut butter in them either. I wouldn't recommend doing that. This one is not food related. I mean, it kind of is, but kind of not. Chuck E. Cheese's, the Chuck E. Cheese, is gonna make an arcade for adults. So basically, round one, but Chuck E. Cheese, which is fine. The world, we need more arcades. The US needs more arcades. Arcades are coming back, and I'm very happy about that. I need more places to play DDR. I need more places to play DDR and Waka and Music Diver. I need more places to play my rhythm games. So as long as they got at least like preferably DDR, as long as they have, one of the rhythm games that I like, I'm cool with that, right? But if all they have is like fucking like, I don't know, giant Pac-Man in like Halo VR and like Coin Pusher, I'm not going to be happy about that. Do I have a dance mat at home? I do, but I haven't used it in a hot minute. Because now I can go to the arcade and play DDR. But I'll probably do a DDR stream again. Maybe in August, I think. I think in August I'll be able to do a DDR stream. So look forward to that. What else? This one's kind of weird to me. Little Debbie. You guys know Little Debbie. They're releasing a Christmas tree cakes coffee creamer. Silveris, thank you so much. 39 bits. Go spend some money at the arcade. Thank you. Little Debbie Christmas tree cakes coffee creamer that supposedly tastes like the Little Debbie's Christmas tree cakes. I've never had those before. I'll be honest with you. I don't get flavored coffee creamer. Like I do, right? Like, ooh, what if my coffee could taste like cinnamon cookie or gingerbread? Like, yeah, I get that. But like, why not just buy the snack itself? Yeah, like I like coffee. I really like coffee. I genuinely like the flavor of coffee, so long as it's good coffee. I am somewhat picky about coffee. I hate Starbucks. I hate, Pete's. I don't like any of that shit. I do like Dunkin'. Dunkin' has good coffee. But it's one of those things where I feel like the majority of people who buy these things are either like, they don't actually like coffee, or they're like, how do I say this politely? Every time I've been to the house of a person who uses flavored coffee creamer, they have a relatively high BMI. if that makes sense. Like, I'm not trying to be rude, but like, I've never seen a skinny person use flavored coffee creamer is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, that's just my experience. That's just my experience, all right? That's just what I've seen. If you don't want to drink coffee, then don't drink coffee. You could have tea. I don't know, like, you should have a fucking Monster. I mean, drinking a Monster every day is probably not a good idea because your kidneys. But anyway, this yeah, I don't get the coffee creamer thing. Here's another thing that sounds potentially gross but potentially good. What about the White Monster? I don't think White Monster is any better for you. Like, yeah, it's sugar-free, but like the chemicals. Trolley gummy worms X Mountain Dew. Cherry lemon flavored soda. Cherry lemon flavored Mountain Dew sounds pretty good. I don't know what that means, what the trolley gummy worm flavor is going to add to that. But it is available in zero sugar, which is kind of funny that this flavor is available in zero sugar, but I'd be willing to try this. This sounds like it could be either really good or really gross. I'd be willing to try it. This one is very exciting to me. So in the UK, there is a UK exclusive flavor of Monster called Bad Apple, which is apparently apple flavored. And I was quite upset when I found out that it's not available here. However, this fall, they are going to be bringing the apple flavored Monster to the US, and I am genuinely excited for that. Yeah, Bad Apple. Okay. It's all right. Yeah, I asked Dolly about it and she said it tastes fine. So I'm probably overhyping it, but I want to try it. This appears to be something that is currently available from is this 7-Eleven? The Big Gulp. The Big Gulp is 7-Eleven, right? Or is that something? No, I think the Big Gulp is 7-Eleven. I'm pretty sure it is. Anyway, it's a Slurpee. A Green Day flavored, it's canned, what is it? It's called Candy Grape Slurpee. It's green. And it's a collaboration with Green Day, the band. I don't know. I just saw a picture of it and I thought that was interesting. The frozen cotton candy cloud is coming back to Burger King. It is a frozen beverage with cotton candy and blue raspberry flavor, topped with a cold foam cloud. This is dropping on July 15th. I think I wanted to try this last year, and I wasn't able to because my local Burger King's freezy machine or frosty machine was broken for like, I don't know, like 5-6 months, but they finally got it fixed this year. So maybe I'll try this. Almontis, welcome in. Stupid Twitch doesn't warn me about cursing. Wait, is it really? I don't have any content classification labels on here. It shouldn't be warning you about that. That's kind of weird. Oh yeah, now that there's a lot of people here, if there is anyone currently watching me on PC, I have a favor to ask of you. Can you go into the quality settings, like to change the quality of my stream, like 1080p, and tell me what is available right now? Is 1440 available or is it still at 1080? Because I'm trying this new bitrate thing on Twitch, which apparently lets me stream in different bit rates. 1080 is the highest. Okay. I might see if I can bump it up to 1440 because I was watching my I was watching my 1080 is max. I was watching some of my Death Stranding VOD last night on my 4K television, and I was kind of like, it was a little crunchy in some areas, a little crunchy. So I might see if I could bump it up to 1440. But right now, I'm a little concerned because I am streaming at 10,000 kilobits per second, which is twice the bit rate that I normally stream at. And you copy and paste it. Okay. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. And I don't really if it's not doing anything, I don't really see what the point of it is. Also, my computer is kind of making scary noises. Well, the fans just keep chugging. But everything seems fine. I'm not lagging. OBS is using a lot more resources though, I think. So she's watching her own VODs on a 4K TV. Stay humble, Alex. No, I do it so I could actually I was checking it to make sure the sound is right, to make sure it looks good, right? To make sure obviously I don't think that many people are watching me on a 4K television, right? But I want to make sure it looks good, if in case there's someone who is. Sure. Okay. But yeah. Who the fuck is a TV? I don't actually have it plugged in to the TV. I use it for my PS5. And also I can watch Netflix on there. So that's cool. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to the matter at hand. Taco Bell. You're one of those. Shut up. Oh my god. You guys are just jealous. You guys are just fucking jealous that you don't have a Samsung 4K television. You guys are fucking jealous. You guys are fucking jealous. Who pays subscriptions? My dad actually pays for the Netflix, so I'm just mooshing off of that. Anyway, I'll stop flexing on you guys. I'll stop flexing on you guys for a little bit and go back to talking about food. Taco Bell new and limited time menu items. We've got the chicken strips, which someone mentioned earlier. I don't know why you'd go to Taco Bell for chicken strips, but you can. And they got the chicken burrito, some fucking burritos, nacho fries with nacho cheese. How are the Taco Bell fries? Are they any good? Because I am curious if anyone's tried the nacho fries from Taco Bell. They do have some interesting drinks. People go to Chinese restaurants for chicken strips and French fries. That was me when I was 6 years old. But I have since learned the ways of the dumpling. So yeah. Nacho fries aren't anything to write home about. Okay, that's kind of what I thought. On Friday, I ordered on stream. I tried the Shake Shack lemonade. My friend had previously told me that the Shake Shack lemonade is not that good. And I was like, how the hell is it not good? It's lemonade. How do you fuck up lemonade? And that lemonade was mid. It was mid, which is disappointing because lemonade should fill you with joy and whimsy. That lemonade did not fill me with joy or whimsy. It was just a beverage that I drank to hydrate myself. That probably didn't even do a very good job. So yeah, I did have a very good lemonade today. Okay, so earlier today, I went to this summer festival with, actually I did go by myself, but I went to this little summer festival and I had the best garlic fries I have ever had in my life. They weren't just garlic fries. They were not just garlic fries. They were crab garlic fries. Garlic fries with fresh Atlantic crab. They were so fucking good. And I also got a lemonade with it. That lemonade was freshly made and it was pretty good. Those fucking fries were so good. I'm sad that today is the last day because those were revolutionary. Yeah, crab garlic fries. Who would have thought? Those were fucking amazing. Like I'm going to have to wait until next year again to get them. So now I'm sad. Sprinkles of Old Bay on those fries. I'm not crazy about Old Bay, to be honest with you. I'm not crazy about Old Bay, but they were really flavorful, really good. The crab was great. Oh my God. They were so freaking good. Ask for the recipe. I mean, there are recipes online, but at least to me, nothing tastes good when you... Are they a local restaurant vendor? I have no idea. To be honest with you. They were just there. There was a stand that said like, we got crab. We got like crab garlic fries. And I was like, okay. Nothing tastes good. True. Yeah, Old Bay is a meme tier spice mix. It really is. It really is. At least for me, food only tastes good, generally, most of the time, when someone else makes it. That's just how it is for me. Like, if I make myself, like, a fried egg, it will taste okay. But if I ask my mom to make a fried egg, and she does the exact same thing that I did, it will taste better. I don't know what it is. I think this is kind of a personality defect of mine, where it's like, whenever I have to put effort into anything, I am always, like, not happy with I don't like putting work into things, I guess. If I have to put work into something, it makes me kind of upset. Like, the final result is not really like, it doesn't taste good because I'm like, I actually had to do this myself. I don't know how to explain it. I think I'm just lazy. I think I'm just lazy. I don't know. This is why I don't like cooking. Effort makes me sad. Yes, that's literally it. Effort makes me sad. That's you hit the nail on the head. That's it. It's a personality defect, I know, but that's just how it is. But Taco Bell does have some new drinks. Strawberry passion fruit agua refresca, mango peach agua refresca, pineapple lime rockstar energy refresca. So these are caffeinated drinks. It's made with rockstar energy, which I completely forgot existed. I don't think I've ever had a rockstar in my life. I completely forgot that was a thing. I thought they went out of business. Dragon fruit berry agua fresca. Ooh, the dragon fruit. It's so exotic. Enough with the dragon fruits. Enough. Tropical Punch Rockstar Energy Refresca. Tropical Punch. That sounds good. I like it. EDL, welcome in. Yep, this is a post-Stranding stream. Fruity Pebbles Liquid Death. I already talked about that. What do we got? Hershey. Okay, the pumpkin. I need to warn you guys. The pumpkin spice is starting. I think July is too early, but whatever. Hershey's Pumpkin Spice Latte Nuggets. Releasing now at select retailers. I don't even know, man. I don't even fucking know. Ruffles Spicy Dill Pickle is out now. I've seen it pictured, people post pictures of it. I don't like pickle, so not for me. Mike's Hot Honey is... It's called Hell of a Good Mike's Hot Honey Dip. So this is a dip from a brand called Hell of a Good. And this is funny to me. On the packaging, it says flavored with other natural flavors. Flavored, but with other natural flavors. What does that mean? What does that mean? Flavored with other natural flavors. Like, yes? Yeah, I sure hope so. Hell of a good is pretty good. Okay, I've never tried it before. I'm not really a dip person, to be honest with you. Because when I buy chips, I buy flavored chips, like chips with seasoning or flavor on them. And if the chip is flavored, then I see no reason to use a sauce or a dip. If it's just like a plain chip, like a plain salted chip or unsalted chip, then yeah, sure, dip, sauce, whatever. But yeah. Did Almontes get his JPEG mode? I have no idea. Chemical and not chemical fusion. I guess so. Like, yeah, there's chemicals in here, but there's also not chemicals. Where are you getting this info anyway? So I follow a couple food like news accounts on Instagram. The one I'm looking at right now is from this account called Snatch with Zach. I am looking to sort of integrate these into my stream more, like showing you guys pictures and stuff. Because, you know, it's the one you guys, you can't visualize it, right? But that requires effort on my part. And you guys know how I feel about effort. It does not spark joy. Assorted pumpkin spice creamers, cold foam creamer, Chobani pumpkin coffee creamer, Coffee Mate pumpkin pie coffee creamer, whatever. We already know how I feel about coffee creamers. Okay. That's it for food. But I do have a couple irrelevant, non-food related things I want to talk about. Neuromancer is Apple. Sorry, let me read the headline for you. Apple TV Plus's Neuromancer series is now in production. Will there finally be something interesting to watch on Apple TV Plus? I don't know. But adapting Neuromancer, that's pretty cool. Taking them a long ass time, but I feel like it could potentially not be very good because that book is kind of like insane. I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's kind of insane, but like I don't know. I haven't read it in a long time. You know that all the tech broligarchs are soy facing over this news. Dude, I don't think any of those guys have even read Neuromancer. Like, genuinely. I don't think they've even read this book before. They've just, like, heard about it. Or you know what those guys probably did? They probably, like, asked ChatGPT for a summary of Neuromancer. And they were like, oh, yeah, this is so cool. Yeah, I totally read Neuromancer, dude. Yeah. That's why they're finally going to experience it on TV. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. It's going to be a 10-episode series, according to this post, which is fine. I don't know. I want to know who's directing it. I want to know what's going on in there. But yeah, as of now, I don't know. What else do we have here? There's something else. Oh yeah. So I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna say a sentence. And it's gonna make you groan. Squid Game cinematic universe. The Squid Game cinematic universe is real. Phase 1. We are currently... Okay, so there's this picture, which I think came from some kind of like convention or like presentation. I don't know where. The post is in Spanish, but the picture is in English. Netflix Squid Game Cinematic Universe. Squid Game 3, summer 2025. We're in phase 1. right? We're in phase 1. Winter 2026. Squid Game 1987. Fall 2026. Squid Game USA. Broiled beef. Thank you for the 26 ones? Yeah, 26 ones. I read that as 28 and I was like, wait, what the fuck? Yeah, we do be slapping. Spring 2027. Squid Game 28th. I don't know what that means. Winter 2028. Squid Game World. Fucking I just remember the interview with the is the creator of Squid Game or the director? I don't remember. And he was like, filming Squid Game was so stressful. I lost like a bunch of teeth. And then they interviewed him again after season 2 and he's like, yeah, I also lost a bunch of teeth again due to stress. I think they're aiming to kill him. I think they're aiming to, yeah, we're probably going to get a Squid Game musical at this rate. I wouldn't even be surprised. I think they're trying to kill that poor Korean man. It's like, you know, I remember like he said like, oh yeah, you know, I had to really fight to get Netflix to fund this. You know, they didn't really wanna, they didn't think it was gonna work. They didn't think it was gonna, you know, show up. They didn't even advertise it. They just stealth dropped it. And then it blew up. And he's like, wow, this is cool. And now they're like, hey, guess what? We're chaining you to the radiator and we're making you continue Squid Game for the rest of your life. Squid Game toilet paper? I wouldn't be fucking surprised, dude. I was in like a Asian beauty store the other day. They got Squid Game skincare. I bought some instant tteokbokki that's like has Squid Game on the packaging for no reason. Yeah, there's already Squid Game branded food. I've got my fucking Squid Game tteokbokki that I got at the Asian market. So the Squidiverse, the Squidiverse is real. Oh, Squid Game is so cool. I wish murder was real. Oh my god. Yeah, good job on your lightning in a bottle there, buddy. Get your teeth looked that time for endless trash. To be fair, I don't think that he's going to be doing I don't think they're going to make him do all of these. I think they're probably going to find different directors for these or different writers or different whatever. So I have a feeling the quality is probably going to vary between these. But, yeah. Get ready to die. Ugh. Yeah, his first mistake was going to an American company for broadcasting. Yeah, like the monkey's paw. He had the monkey's paw. And he's like, I really wish this thing I made would be a success. And every single finger on the monkey's paw curled simultaneously. And exploded. He got his monkey's paw wish, all right. And the whole fucking hand curled at the same time. Every finger at once. Yeah, rev up those cameras. You got 5 more seasons of Squid Game to film. Yeah, he got trapped in the Corpo Soul Sucking Raider 5000. So, yeah, I am very interested in what they're gonna do for Squid Game 1987. Like, Squid Game has been going on since the 80s. Like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? What? Promoted from director to cash cow. Basically. Do you think they were like, they didn't curl, they clenched in at Mach 269 and made the paw explode? Yeah, exactly. Do you think they're like, hey man, we'll give you like $1 bajillion if you give us some ideas for Squid Game? And he's like, yeah, sure, whatever. I'll just take my $1 billion and I'll fuck off. I don't care what you guys do with this shit anymore. I'm done. I'm out. Oh. I hope he's making big bucks from that. I hope he can retire. I hope he can retire. Cause yeah. Good for him? Question mark? I hope, you know, he's... Oh, Sepra, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in, welcome. Oh. There's this post I saw. It's a screenshot of a Tumblr post that was posted on Instagram. And it says, hand mixers and sewing machines are two different types of horses. And yeah, they are. They're two different types of horses. No explanation needed. They're two different types of horses. What do you mean, what? They're two different types of horses. Azaleria, welcome in. Stretch legs and posture check. Thank you. Yeah, this is a good time to do it. Okay, I will stretch my legs and I'll be back in like a minute. I'll be over here. You guys can probably still hear me if you listen very carefully. Oh. All right, that's one leg. Here's the other leg. Alrighty. Okay, there's the posture check. Oh, I went to the arcade last week with my friend. And I don't know how the fuck she does it. What usually will happen is I'll be like, okay, I'm gonna go play DDR. Like we usually separate for a little bit because I'm like, I'm gonna play DDR and rhythm games. You do what you do. She likes the claw machines, right? And I'm like, okay, like I'll be back. I'll meet up with you in like 10 minutes or so, right? And so, 10 minutes later after my set, I go and find her. And she's carrying like 5 different plushies. Like a D&B, like a round one. She's carrying like 5 different plushies that she got from the claw machine. And I'm like, how the fuck did you do that? I left you alone for 10 minutes. What? How did you do that? I left you alone for 10 minutes and you have like a fucking handful, like not even a handful, like an armful of plushies. What? And then she's like, oh, like she had a JJK one. And I was like, oh yeah, there's a Nanami one too. And I was like, oh my God, there's a Nanami one? Okay, I have to get it, right? And so I go to the claw machine with the Nanami plush. And let me see if I can find it, because it's really funny. It's really funny. He's like a ball. He's like round. Let's see if I can find... Oh yeah, this is the one. Okay, that's kind of a small picture. Whatever, it's fine. Is this the one? It might be, I don't know. This one is actually pretty big. The one I got. This one appears to be slightly different, but it looks exactly, it looks exactly the same. Oh shit, that's not it. Wait, no. No, okay, right here. Okay, why are you all the way over there? Okay, here we go. The one I got looks like this, but it's like way bigger. It's like a cushion. So I call him Nanami Ball. Anyway, I was at that machine for like 10 minutes trying to get him over and over and over again. I used up like 99% of the points on my card to get him. I think I spent like over 200 of my points to try and get him. I don't want to think about how much money that is. I'm not going to do the conversions. No one do the conversions. I don't want to do the conversions. But yeah, I have him. And when I brought him back, I'm like, I don't have a fucking place to put him. He's like on my bed right now, but like he's just kind of like on the like there. Like I'm not like cuddling it or anything. He's just like there. He's just like there. And I'm like, all right, Nanami Ball, I guess this is where you live now. Looks like a Spider-Man villain. No, that's my husband. So yeah, that was a little impulsive. That was a little impulsive of me. I say, Nanami Humpty Dumpty. He looks like Humpty Dumpty. Oh my god, you're right. He looks like fucking Humpty Dumpty. Humpty Dumpty ass looking motherfucker. Yeah, all right. Yeah, the gritty reboot of Humpty Dumpty. Stop. Oh, no. They already tried to do that with Shrek, didn't they? You never heard of round one? Round one does have booze. They do have booze at round one. You can get alcohol at round one. They do have a little bar. I can't speak for the quality of it, but I don't go to round one to drink. I go there to play DDR. Like, I can't play DDR if I'm drinking, you know? Maybe afterwards, but I don't know. Love the part in Humpty Dumpty where the king says, fuck it, let the horses try. Domain expansion cracked egg. Oh my god. You guys are too funny. Stop being funnier than me. You guys can't be funnier than me. That's not fair. That's not fair. I love to try and do arcade cabinets to drink. It's our job as chat. I mean, like, I'm like, okay. Like, here's the thing though. If I go to if there is a DDR machine at the function, that's what I'm honing in on. Everything that I had planned, everything goes out the window. The only thing I care about is going crazy style on that machine. If they got the machine, a DDR machine, and it's working, that's what I'm gonna be doing, right? I don't give a shit what anyone else is doing. I don't give a shit about the drinking or the food. I gotta get on that thing. I gotta get on that thing. I gotta do it. I gotta do it. I will say that I kind of did something stupid. When I was halfway through my set on DDR, I realized that I had forgotten to take my asthma medication before, like, I went, and I didn't have my inhaler with me. I mean, I don't really need my inhaler. I don't really have, like, you know, emergencies or anything. But like, I was like, ah, shit, I don't have, oops, my bad. And you know what I did? I was like, you know what I'm gonna do next? I am going to play the hardest song that I can do without failing, which happens to be Megalovania on difficult, which I believe is a 12. And that's the hardest song I can do on DDR. It's not particularly difficult for a 12. The only reason why it's a 12, I think, is because there are shock arrows, which you have to avoid, which means you do a lot of jumping and stepping. And so I did that, and I maintained my score, which was an A. And I was like, yeah, no, DDR has Megalovania. Yeah, no, there's Megalovania on DDR. It's great. It's really good. The step chart for it is very good. I was able to maintain my score, which was great. But afterwards, I was kind of like, yeah, that wasn't a great idea. If I had had an asthma attack, that would be embarrassing to say the least. Like, I had to go to the hospital for an asthma attack because I played DDR. That would be fucking embarrassing. That would be fucking embarrassing. Going out with a bang, I guess. Yeah. But I only go there like in the early afternoon because there's no one there, right? Occasionally I'll get some sweats, right? Who are there early, like me. But generally speaking, like if I get there before like 3 p.m., then I have the DDR machine all to myself for as long as I want. You know, once school starts to get out, then I gotta leave because I don't want to have to fucking deal with like dumbass kids trying to like film me and shit, right? That hasn't happened to me, thankfully, but I've heard stories about really disrespectful ass teenagers that like fuck with people who are trying to play DDR or Korean bootleg DDR or Stepmania or whatever. So yeah, I try to avoid that. And also I try to avoid like normies as well because they're like, oh, I'm gonna play DDR, ooh, the dancing game. And they look through the songs and they're like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm gonna play fucking there's a song I saw on the machine that I kind of wanted to play, but I was like, I wasn't really sure. It was like, I think it was the Party Rock Anthem. It was one of the LMFAO songs I saw was recently added to, I don't know if it was recently added, but I saw they had it on DDR World, and I was like, huh, okay. Yeah, this thing doesn't have Pitbull, dude. What's with these weird ass Japanese songs? I don't want to play this crap. And then they either just kind of like fuck around, or they just like they look through the songs and they're like, yeah, I don't want to play this anymore, and then they just leave, and it's like, okay, bye. Like, thanks for wasting my time. I just wanted, okay. Put on Butterfly and it'll change their life. I usually do play the classics. Occasionally, I'll try to like branch out. I've been trying to branch out and play some newer songs, right? But I generally do stick to the classics because A, I already know them, and B, those songs were made specifically for rhythm games. They are songs made specifically for rhythm games. So they are going to be more optimal, I guess, to play. Because if you, like, not every song is gonna work for a rhythm game, right? A really good example of this is, they have the Ariana Grande song, what is it, Break Free, I think, on DDR. The step chart for that song is fucking awful. It's really weird. It's bizarre. It doesn't work. And I don't think it's not very good. It's not very good. So yeah. Alex would be embarrassed to see me on DDR. Would be like dancing at the retirement home. I'm not that good at DDR. I mean, I usually do like 8s and 9s, maybe a 10 if I'm feeling spry. But I'm not like some god tier, like I'm not doing like, you know, regularly doing like 13s or 14s. I'm not doing that shit, right? But I would say I am better than the majority of people who casually play DDR, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I tried to get a card for the Waka machine. It said a Nesika card, and I asked them if they had it, and they said they didn't. But I think I can actually use a e-amusement pass for it, because I heard that the new e-amusement passes are amusement IC compatible, which is a newer, like, I don't even know what to describe this as, network functionality thing. So I don't need a Nemo card or anything like that. So, but the problem is my current e-amusement pass is old. It's from before they added amusement IC functionality to it. So I think what I might do is buy a new e-amusement pass and transfer my data over from the old one to the new one, which is something you can do. But I would have to you have to go to the website to do it. And I haven't been on the website in a really long time. I've been to the website before and I've messed around on there, but it's kind of difficult because it's all in Japanese and it doesn't really translate that well. So I will look into that. Yeah, when they switch the mapping, that gets kind of difficult. Ultra Fist, welcome in. Welcome. Having a good week so far? Yeah, I am. Yeah. I also got a new water bottle finally this week, which is good because my old one was dented and kind of fucked up, and it was also it wasn't a very good water bottle. It was a single-walled aluminum water bottle, which, doesn't really keep stuff cold for very long. And it's annoying because it's okay, you put something cold in it, and then all the condensation starts dripping down the outside of the water bottle and it gets everywhere, right? This new one I got is a Zojirushi. It is insulated. It's a little bit smaller than my old one. This is 480 milliliters, which is less than 16 ounces. I think my old one was 16 ounces, but it's fine. It's compact, which is what I really like about it, because I don't want to have to carry my water bottle separately. I want to put it in my bag and be done with it. I don't want a big ass fucking Awala or a Stanley, those huge ass things that you gotta carry separately. No, I put it in my fucking bag. It's very well insulated. I will put cold water in it in the evening and I'll leave it, on my bedside table on my desk, right? Overnight. And when I open it up in the morning, wait, what happened to my tracking? Oh, there we go. When I open it up in the morning, it's still cold. Jack, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. It's still cold. I forgot that insulation exists for a reason. I was just so used to every night, I would put my old water bottle in the fridge so that it would stay cold overnight. I don't have to do that anymore. That's fucking crazy. It also has a really nice design because I don't have to take it apart to clean it. The silicone stopper is a part of the cap. So I don't have to take it out to clean it, right? It's all one thing. I don't have to separate everything to clean it like I had to do with my old water bottle. Because if I didn't, it would get moldy. So this is really great. I'm quite pleased with it. I also started putting my stickers on it. But I'm kind of annoyed because I had a sticker that I really wanted to put on it. It was one of my friend's stickers. And it wouldn't stick. The edges kept coming up. And I had this problem with another sticker that she gave me, that she made. It wouldn't stick to a curved surface. And so it just came up and I just peeled it off. And I told her hey, you gotta find another sticker manufacturer because these stickers they don't stick very well. If I can't stick a sticker to my water bottle, then what the fuck is the point, Those Stanley cups could be counted as a blunt weapon. I know, right? Those things are fucking crazy. Put some lip balm on. Oh, let's see. Let me just check my... How is my... bitrate going right now? Oh, wait, is that why? Huh. Just watch your reaction to Death Stranding 2 ending and I loved it. And then you mentioned how Detroit Become Human wasn't a good game, so I had to follow. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad you enjoyed my reaction to the ending because that was fucking insane. Those last 5 hours was the most intense emotional roller coaster I have ever been on. I was losing my shit. And also Detroit Become Human wasn't a good game. It was entertaining in how stupid and ridiculous it was. But in terms of like actually being emotionally like compelling, it wasn't. I like the part with the oh my god, don't even the guitars, that was fucking crazy. That was fucking insane. That was fucking insane, dude. I cannot believe he did that. He can't keep getting away with it. He can't keep getting away with it. But he does. Like, I remember I heard someone say that Kojima basically keeps making the same game over and over. And he kind of does. He kind of does. But, like, they're good. So, I can't really complain about it. Like, a lot of people compare Death Stranding 2 to Metal Gear Solid 5. And it's like, well, I really enjoyed Metal Gear Solid 5. So it's like, what if Metal Gear Solid 5, but better? And I'm like, you know what? That sounds fantastic. I would love it if Metal Gear Solid 5 was a better game. And that's what Death Stranding 2 is. It's Metal Gear Solid 5, but better. So Kojima could release Solid Snake Mows Your Lawn Simulator. I would buy it. I'd buy the collector's edition of that one, that's for sure. Yeah, he makes the same events repeat in each game, but he makes it work. He makes it work. And that's the crazy thing. It's kind of similar to how like FromSoft essentially makes the same game over and over again, but they tweak it enough so that it's like still an enjoyable experience. Like, oh man, what if Dark Souls, but better? It's like, you sold me, you son of a bitch, Ahmed, right? Yeah, imagine if they added a real ending to Metal Gear. Yeah, exactly. Unlike Metal Gear Solid 5, this one actually has an ending. I think I know why my bitrate is so high. On the Twitch inspector, I've never even used this fucking thing before. Why is the bitrate high? Because I am trying out a new encoding setting. It's like advanced encoding. And I think the way it works is that each of the resolutions of my stream are being encoded separately. I think that's what's going on here. Because I'm getting like, I don't even know. Hold on. Yeah, I think that's what's going on. Each different like setting, like 1080, 720, 480, 360 is encoding different versions. That encodes the different versions on your hardware. Yes, I think, yeah, yeah. I'm trying it out. I don't know if I'm going to continue using it because, to be honest with you, I don't really see the point of this. Like my bitrate is going at like 10,000 kilobits per second. You're streaming all versions on your hardware. Yeah, that explains why my computer is making scary noises. I thought this was like a good thing, but now I'm kind of like, well, it's not really adding anything, is it? It's not really adding anything. You're sending like 3 to 4 different streams. Yeah. So I don't think I will. I think I'll probably just not do this. Like I said, I'm just trying it out. I wanted to see what it does. Because I do want to see if I could stream in 1440p. I think I want to start doing that going forward. So I want to see if I can figure out how to do that. Usually results in higher stream quality at all resolutions, but it hits your GPU and internet connection a lot harder. Yeah, that seems to be what's going on. Because, like, if I tried to, like, it said, like, oh, yeah, you should be able to play a game on it because it's encoding on a separate, like, core or whatever of your GPU. Like, oh, it's just your GPU core that's for encoding only. Or some shit like that. I don't know what that means. Yeah, I genuinely don't know what any of this stuff is. The Twitch page on it was not particularly helpful. It didn't really, it told me like how to do it, but it didn't really tell me what the benefit of it was. So yeah, I don't really, because I thought that I would be able to stream in a higher resolution if I did this. But that doesn't seem to be the case. So I'm probably not going to do this again, especially if it's using so much of my bitrate. That might make things a little bit difficult. Like if I'm playing a game that's like online. Yeah, Twitch not being helpful. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Oh boy. But yeah, like I said, I just figured I'd try it out for today, see what it does. It's clearly not really adding anything to the stream, so I'll probably just go back to, you know, doing it once. The primary benefit for the streamer and viewers is getting higher quality. The primary benefit for Twitch is not having to pay for transcoding. Oh, okay. Okay. Interesting, interesting. Okay, I'm curious then, because higher quality. Interesting. Okay, I'll look at the VOD later and see if I notice anything different. They're using you as a processor. Oh, okay, so Twitch is just trying to offload the work onto my poor computer. I see. Okay, so it's a scam. It's a scam. Good to know. Good to know. It's a yup. Okay, it's a scam. It's a scam. Okay, okay. I'm glad I figured that out. I'm glad I figured that out. Yeah, because I figured like I would do this and I'd like talk about it on stream to see if like anyone actually knows what the fuck I'm doing. Because I don't, or what the fuck is happening, because I don't. But yeah, thank you guys for informing me. I appreciate that there's people in here who are more knowledgeable about this kind of stuff than I am. I guess I do have some news, general stuff. Gundam. You guys know I like Gundam. There's a new Hathaway movie coming out this year. I didn't realize that there was going to be more Hathaway movies. Apparently, it's going to be a trilogy. I didn't know that. I liked Hathaway. I quite enjoyed it. So there's another one. Great. Fantastic. I'm looking forward to that. You can have higher quality in theory, but you're broadcasting all of them at the same time to people who probably can't see it. Yeah. There's going to be 3. Hot dog. Oh, it's because it's based on a novel. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense then. I see. Okay, this thing I saw last month, at the end of last month, and I'm confused about it. MetaQuest VR 3S Xbox Edition. So it's an Xbox, but in a MetaQuest, it's a limited edition Xbox. So you could play your games in VR. Actually, I don't really understand what the purpose of this is. I don't understand what this is. Yeah, we put Xbox in VR headsets. But yeah, it's a Quest that will also have Game Pass. I don't know who this is for. I genuinely don't understand the purpose of this. I don't get it. I really don't get it. Okay. I'm looking through the things I have saved. A lot of Gundam merch. They need to market the Quest 3s more. They have too many in warehouses. I think, where was I the other day? I was at GameStop. And they were like, I think they had like a bunch of like Meta Quests on sale or something. Or was that at Target? I don't know. I just remember I was somewhere and they had like a bunch of like Meta on sale. And I was like, yeah, like who's buying a Meta in like Quest in today's day and age, right? Yeah. Like you have the Vive, you have the Vive. There's another Bluetooth headset. I don't remember what brand, who makes it though. Because the Vive what was the Valve one? Was the Valve one the Vive or was that something else? I forgot. Index. Thank you. The Index. That's what I was thinking of. As far as I know, those are the only two like viable VR headsets on the market right now. I mean, there is PSVR. I used to have a PSVR. It's pretty good, but it's only for the PlayStation. So that's the limiting factor with PSVR. Good headset though. I did enjoy my play PSVR when I had it. I did sell it because I got bored of it. Isn't PSVR too limiting? It is very limiting. It is very limiting. That's part of the reason why I sold mine. Because I was like, well, I can't really do much with it. Like it was a lot cheaper than it's like in terms of like affordability, it is technically, I feel like more cheaper than like the other ones. And it doesn't require a base station. Which is, you know, pretty good. Actually, did it? No, it didn't require anything. It's just like you have to have the controllers and the headset and it has to be plugged in. You can use PSVR on PC. Sony sells an adapter, but some companies sell an adapter for a not outrageous price. I did not know that. Wait, what the fuck? Is that a new thing? Hold on. I didn't have to sell it? What the fuck? To be fair, I don't really know if the laptop that I stream on can handle VR. So I don't think that would have worked that well. Oh, okay. So there's programs you can use for it. Yeah, probably not. It's a laptop. Yeah, I wouldn't push it. I wouldn't push it. Oh, okay. I see. I see. Because I did have a lot of fun with my PSVR when I was getting into it, but there's not really a whole lot of games. I mean, there are, but like, I can't play Half-Life Alyx with the PSVR, or at least I couldn't. So it seems that the PSVR 2 is available. You can do it on PC. I don't know if you could do that with the old PSVR though, which is the one I have. You stream on a laptop? Do you not have a space for a PC tower? Well, for those of you who are newer, or who I guess this is your first time hearing this, I have been streaming on a laptop for the entirety of my streaming career. So like 2.5 years. And it's been great. I haven't really had any problems with it. I am, a little bit more limited in terms of like things I can play and do, but generally speaking, it's not really that much of an issue for me. The reason why I stream on a laptop is because at the time I started streaming, I was living in Japan and I was going to be moving back to the US in I would be moving back to the US eventually because I was running out of money. I was going to run out of money, right? I didn't have, I couldn't, afford to stay there, right? And buying a $2,000 laptop probably didn't help that, but I had the money at the time. But knowing that I was going to eventually move back to the US, I was like, well, I don't want to move with a PC tower. That's scary. Like, I know people do it. I know people have done it before. My friend did it. But it's scary. It's so scary. Like, you put your PC in a suitcase and you just you hope it goes through security, and it's scary. It was a little under $2,000. Yeah, people really underestimate how good gaming laptops are. People underestimate gaming laptops. Part of the problem, though, is that people don't actually know how to... Yeah, I mean, you'd have to do it as a carry-on. You cannot put your computer into your checked luggage. You have to do it as a carry-on. You have to. There's no other way to do it. Like, it's going to take longer because TSA is going to open up your shit and be like, hey, what's this? And you got to be like, that's my computer. And they're going to be like, okay. And either they let you go or they're like, we need to test it or swab it or some shit. Anyway, if you are using a gaming laptop, you need to care for it. You need to care for it. Like, it is your own child. Well, maybe not. But what I'm saying is that, like, if you want your gaming laptop to last more than like a year, you need to use a cooling pad. You need to use a cooling pad. 100%, you need to use a cooling pad. You don't have to use it all the time. Like, when I'm just like browsing the web or watching videos, I don't have it on, even though my computer does get pretty warm. When I'm streaming, when I'm playing games, cooling pad is going at maximum speed. Cooling pad is going at maximum speed. 6 fans. Got it off of Amazon for like $20. Great investment. Great investment. And clean out the dust. Yes, I also have a friend who does computers who cleaned out the dust for me the last time I saw him and asked him to service my computer. So cleaning out the dust, that's also a big thing. I'm actually going to go back later this year and see if he can do it again. I might see if he can replace the thermal paste. I don't know if that's possible on my laptop, but I'll see if he can do it, because I was told that, like, yeah, it's you've had it for like, if you've had it for over 2 years, you should probably see if you can do something about the thermal paste. So I'll see if I can get that done. Also, like, there's a lot of stuff that you can do. For example, my laptop, I can cap the battery, like, my battery is capped at 60% capacity when it's plugged in. And it's plugged in all the time. It's plugged in all the time, and the battery is capped at 60% capacity. So I've had no battery issues because of that. Another thing is, do not overclock your laptop. Don't do that. My laptop, I can overclock it. It has an overclock mode. Do not do that. I always keep it on performance mode. It also has a quiet mode, which I don't really use. I don't know. I always keep it on performance mode. Never overclock. Never do that. And just generally, like, getting to know the limits of what it can and cannot handle. Right? I think that's a big thing. Because, yeah, if you just buy a gaming laptop and you're just using it straight out of the box, on your desk, no cooling pad, no nothing, it's gonna have problems. It's gonna get problems because, you know, it's overheating like all the time. Like, this computer runs hot, very hot, like without the fans, just on a baseline level, you know, and that's just kind of how it is, right? So you do have to put an extra, like, emphasis on keeping it cool, and you will be good. Like, I've had this for almost 2 years, right? Which is, you know, I guess longer than a lot of gaming laptops last from what I've seen. This is an Asus ROG Zephyrus G14 or 15. I don't remember. Like a 1080 or something, or a 20. Are you talking about graphics cards? Oh, overclocking older cards. Yeah, the graphics card on this is I believe it's a 3080. It's a 3080, which is decent. It's good. It's a 3080. It's good. It's got a Ryzen processor, Ryzen 7. That's pretty good. But yeah, I don't really have any plans to get a tower. I tried to do a donathon last year to get a tower, and that didn't really go so well. So I don't really see any purpose in getting a tower right now, especially since I am trying to move back to Japan. And I would like to do that sometime early next year. So, you know, I don't really want to invest in something like that unless my living situation is settled for at least like a couple years, right? Like, until my living situation is like settled, I don't think I'm gonna do that. But yeah, people are always very, very surprised when I tell them that I've been streaming on a laptop. And yeah, you know, gaming laptops aren't bad. You just need to care for them. You just need to care for them and use them properly. Because people are like, cooling pad, that's not a necessity. You just need or like, oh, I'll just get like a stand for it. You need the cooling pad. You need the cooling pad. You need the cooling pad. You need it. Keep seeing people say that, but I've never seen a PC boot to an unstable state in less than a couple of minutes. Like I've had a blue screen on this thing maybe twice in my entire time using it. It crashed maybe like once and it blue screened on me twice during a stream. One of them was when I was playing an Unreal Engine 5 game. So now I am unreasonably scared of Unreal Engine 5. But yeah, no, I generally don't have a lot of problems. Also, I am very conservative in terms of how I play games, if that makes sense, and how I utilize the hardware. I'm not turning the graphics up to ultra, right? Like, you know, normally when I boot up a game and it's like, oh, we're going to automatically set your graphics settings. A lot of the time, it actually sets the graphics settings on ultra or very high, which is interesting to me. But so I technically, the computer thinks that I can play games on that setting, but I usually turn it down or I turn specific settings down because I want to not minimize, but lower the load that it's at, right? Because if I am like pushing it, if I try not to push it too much, because if I'm just pushing it every single day, it is going to wear out faster, right? It is going to wear out faster. Yeah, no, I don't play Donkey Kong Country in 120 FPS ultra. Yeah, and I always cap at 60. Every game I play capped at 60. Could I technically run a game at like 120? Maybe, but I don't care. I don't care. It's 60. It's capped at 60. It doesn't need to be anything else. Yeah, turn ray. I always turn ray tracing off. No ray tracing for me. Absolutely not. Hold on one second. I need to mute real fast. Okay, I think we should be fine. Yeah, I generally am very conservative when it comes to like what settings I use to play games and, you know, software, if that makes sense. Like, if there's a performance mode for anything, I will turn it on. I'm not too keen on pushing this thing. Like, know your limits. Know the limits of your hardware. Don't push it too much. You can't, like, people are, I guess, really afraid, and you don't necessarily need to be too afraid. But I guess it does depend on the computer, because some gaming laptops are better than others. Like I said, this is an Asus. Works great. No problems with it. Alienware. I don't know about Alienwares. I have not heard great things about Alienwares. What's the other brand that's really good? I think it starts with an M or something. I don't know. There's another brand of like gaming PCs or laptops that I've heard is pretty good. I don't remember what it is. Acer worked great until it didn't. Yeah, that's what a lot of people say about, you know, MSI. Thank you. MSI. I've heard good things about MSI. Yeah. NZXT is one for towers. Oh, okay. That's the thing I do hear a lot of people say about like laptops. I've heard a few people say this about Asus laptops as well, is that it works right until it doesn't. So, you know, I am expecting that one day this laptop will just stop working. It'll go kaput, right? It'll just stop working and there's nothing I can do about it. And, you know, ideally, I would have another computer before that happens, right? Spicy, welcome in. But I don't really have the ability to invest in that right now for, you know, the reasons mentioned. And also because I don't really have the money for that right now. So yeah, if this thing just blows up, then there's not really anything I could do about it. So yeah, I just pray every day that it works, right? My brother's Toshiba still works great 15 years later. Ooh. Somehow the most loyal gaming laptop I've had is a Lenovo. Interesting. I was looking at Lenovo PCs, but I wasn't really super sure about them. I know the newest version of the laptop that I have, the Asus ROG Zephyrus, has a what was it? They said it had like a 4080 in it or something. No, it was like a 5000 series. It was like a 5080 or something, or a 5090. And I'm like, how the hell did you put a 5000 series graphics card in a laptop? What? Already? Like, that's fucking crazy. Like, that thing's gonna get so hot. That thing's gonna get so hot. You know, like, I just... Yeah, they're huge. How did you put that in a fucking laptop? That doesn't make sense to me. That's not like, how is that physically possible? How's that physically possible? I don't understand. Because, you know, I saw a few tech people being like, oh, yeah, this laptop is great. Here are the specs. It runs well. And I'm like, yeah, but like, how long is it going to run well for? You know? Bigger but flatter cooling. If it was an ancient laptop, you might be able to. Yeah, so, you know, and plus, I don't really do a whole lot of stuff that would require a stronger graphics card. Like, you know, I have a 3D model. I would like to eventually do more like 3D, like integrated streams, like with actual full body 3D tracking and stuff. But that's not really like possible right now, mostly because I don't have the money. I don't have the money for like a whole ass set of trackers. I don't have the money for that, right? Also, I'm a little like worried about how well it runs. I know Dolly also streams off of a gaming laptop, if you guys didn't know that. She's also a laptop user. And she is, she got the Slime VR recently, and she's been messing around with it. And she told me that it doesn't put that much of a strain on her computer. So that's good to know that I do have options for like, if I want to do VR stuff or 3D stuff. But that's not really something that I can really, you know, justify investing in right now. Yeah, a full set of trackers. Because I think right now, the, I'll check the price on it. They'll have a Toshiba satellite laptop. That thing is like the weight of paving stone. Oh my God. The last gaming laptop I had was really, really heavy. My old gaming laptop is huge. It is way heavier than the one I have. And it was also like the old gaming laptop I had was when like 3D was kind of a big thing. Like, you guys remember 3D TVs and 3D monitors, but you had to wear glasses for them? It was one of those. And the laptop came with a pair of glasses for the NVIDIA 3D or whatever the fuck. And they're like, oh yeah, here's, you know, we have games that are configured to use the 3D glasses or whatever. And I remember when I got it, I was like trying out a few of them. Some ran better than others. But it was such like it was so unnecessary. It was kind of a scam. I was like, this doesn't add anything to my experience at all. This doesn't add anything to my experience. It doesn't add anything. Let me see. Let me look at the Slime VR prices right now. Oh, they have it. They have a store now. It's in stock. Oh shit. Wait. Are they not selling the trackers? Wait, why aren't they selling the trackers? Hold on. How much are the trackers? Oh, it's on a different website. Okay. Let's see here. Does it say the prices? Okay, here's the prices. So the core set, which comes with 6 trackers, is $225. I think that's excluding shipping. Which does waist position and rotation, foot position, knee position, chest position. It doesn't include arms. So for me, I would probably need the, I think the full body set with 8 trackers. That's $350. Because I don't, the way they sell this is assuming that you have like a VR like controllers, like those little fucking controllers, right? Which I don't, because I'm not using them for VR. I'm just using them for tracking for my 3D model, which I would just need really like upper body, lower body, and arms. Which 350 for like 8 trackers, that's not terrible. That's actually a really good price. But like I said, not really something I can invest in right now, considering I have other like not responsibilities, but like I have more important things in my life that I need to worry about right now, if that makes sense. So I can't really justify investing in these. And also I've heard that the calibration is kind of a pain in the ass. They're very annoying to calibrate and sometimes don't work correctly, which is, to be expected because there's no base stations involved. It's just like, what do they call that? It's like non-base station based tracking. I forget what it's called. Which sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I know the Mokopi has a similar issue where the tracking can get really fucked up. So yeah, I'm not really going to be looking into those. I'll wait until Dolly has it figured out and she can kind of give me the lowdown on it. Get some more water here. Cold water. Oh, let me stretch. I think I wrote down some stuff I want to talk about. There's like some Death Stranding Fujos on Twitter who are like ass mad that Higgs didn't have a redemption arc. And it's like, what are you talking about? You actually thought he was gonna get a redemption arc? Are you stupid? What? What? A redemption arc? How many code? Yeah, first of all, how would you redeem all that? Second of all, how many Kojima characters get redemption arcs? How many? No, I'm not Fuzzy. I'm not a fucking Fujo. I'm not a fucking Fujo. I'm a Yume Joshi. There's a difference. You wanted something like Ocelot? I mean, I guess. I mean, I don't really think that Ocelot got redeemed that much. I mean, I don't really feel like Ocelot got redeemed. Yeah, does Kojima redeem anyone? I cannot think of a character. I cannot think of a single character from Metal Gear that has had a redemption arc. I genuinely cannot think of a single character. Like, saying like Higgs deserved a redemption arc. Maybe Naomi. Okay, yeah, Naomi. That's fair. Naomi, she more or less got redemption. But like, saying Higgs deserved a redemption arc, that's like saying that Huey deserved a redemption arc. Like, that's crazy. He deserved to die. Like, yeah, he's my husband, but he did deserve to die. I'm willing to say that. Like, yeah, I love him, but, he did deserve to die for what he did. He did deserve to die for what he did. He deserves to, yeah, Huey deserves to have, like, yeah, exactly, like, yeah, like, you can't redeem either of those guys. Come on, you got a little too rowdy, right? Like, and not every character, there's like this, I don't understand the weird obsession with like, oh, every villain needs to be redeemed. Like, no. This is Death Stranding, bitch. We clown in this motherfucker. Take your redemption sensitive ass back to Naruto. Exactly. Yeah, imagine saying Skullface was just a little quirked up. Yeah, like I get the I can fix him thing. I get the I can fix him thing, but you have to be realistic. people are like, oh, they made Higgs like actually a bad guy. Cause, you know, in the last game, Higgs has like a kind of a tragic backstory. He comes from like, I think part of the reason why people are kind of ass mad about it is that like Higgs came from an abusive upbringing, which people kind of interpret as like, because of that, he deserves to have a redemption arc, because having someone with that kind of upbringing be an irredeemable villain is quote unquote problematic or something like that. And it's like, no. Nah. What? No, yeah, go back to Disney. Take your sensitive ass back to Disney, boy. Come on. Come on. Yeah, Kojima remembered to be consistent and turned him into what he was in Metal Gear Solid 5. Yeah, exactly. Like, fuck Huey, dude. Like, fuck Huey. Yeah, like, come on. Come on. They're like, some of them are actually ass mad that, like, Sam Higgs did not become canon. They're like, oh, Kojima, no, Sam Higgs is there. It's not. It's canon. It has to be canon. You were. He was right. He was trying to make it canon. He was trying to make them a yaoi couple. And it's like, you need to take your Fujo glasses off for like, I don't know, 10 minutes. Take those Fujo glasses off for 10 minutes, please. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Take those Fujo glasses off. That was never going to happen. That was never gonna happen. That was never gonna happen. Go back, like, write your fucking, go write your fucking fan fiction. Go draw your fucking yaoi. Like, that wasn't gonna happen. Like, yeah, Kojima, like, reposted Sam Higgs yaoi on main. He's reposted Sam Higgs yaoi on main before. He's liked Sam Higgs yaoi. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. That doesn't mean it's gonna be canon. Take off those glasses for like 10 hours and think about it, please. Like, that was never gonna happen. Like, you're actually getting ass mad about that when that was never going to happen. Come on. And some of them are like actually taking it personally, I guess, or acting like dejected about it. Like, I saw this post that was like, ugh, like all these cis het men are coming into the Death Stranding fandom and ruining it. Like, Death Stranding is for the girls and the gays. And it's like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like, what? Like, I get it, right? I get it. Kojima is, as Almontes likes to say, the horniest bisexual in the world. I get it. But like, your ship was never, the ship didn't sink. The ship never existed in the first place. Like, it was never gonna be there. The ship wasn't there. Like, okay, yeah, you want to ship them on your own time. That's fine. You want to write Sam Higgs fanfiction. That's fine. You want to draw them being butt buddies. That's fine. But like, getting actually upset that like it's not canon is kind of fucking sad. Like, it's kind of embarrassing, to be honest with you. Like, this was never going to happen. This was never gonna happen. Like, Kojima is not making these games specifically for you, although it does feel that way sometimes when he does, like, weird shit. I get that, but, like, taking it personally and getting ass mad about it, like, girl, get your shit together. Come on. Come the fuck on. Like, girl, please. Please. Yeah, that's like MHA fandom level bullshit. Exactly. Like, he is zesty. He's very zesty. But like, you know, they're not canonic. Like, yeah, like, oh yeah, like Snake and Otacon are like, you know, gay dads raising a child. Like, yeah, that's what it looks like. And that's more or less like, you can interpret it that way. But like, it's kind of this thing that I feel like is a kind of a problem that people don't really seem to acknowledge, where it's like you take something from like someone Western sees something that is created by someone from another culture, and they're kind of like, oh, this is inherently like gay. This is inherently queer. This was made to appeal to like the queer community or whatever. And it's like, no? Has he ever said that? Has Kojima ever explicitly says that he creates his, like, the things he creates are for, like, people who are not straight? Has he ever said that? No! So, like, yeah, like, it looks that way. But I think sometimes people are really grasping at straws. It's because it's very easy to say, like, oh yeah, like this is so clearly like a gay thing, right? This is so clearly a gay thing. And it's like, yeah, you could argue about that. You could say like, he's closeted or he's like doing that shit, but it's like, it's not like, I don't want to say it's not targeted specifically at that audience. It just appeals to them, if that makes sense. It just appeals to them, right? Yeah, they try to grasp at straws to feel validity for their beliefs. Yeah, Kojima was not picked by the gay in the draft. Yeah. Like, it's kind of like, especially when it's something from another culture, when you kind of, how do I say this? When you are, yeah, but he never said they weren't. Exactly. But the thing that bothers me is that a lot of times these people are kind of approaching it with the mentality that it is a certain way. Like, how do I say this? Like, they are kind of being borderline imperialistic with how they kind of equate this to Western concepts, I guess, if that makes sense. Like, I've said this on stream before, and I'm trying to remember how I said it. But it's like, oh, this is the same because we say it is. And it's like, no, like this is like your definition of what this is different than what this is in another culture. Like, I have a really good example of this, but I don't want to use it because it's it's more political than I'm comfortable with getting into on my stream. It's kind of like, I'm trying to think of a good example for this. Oh, you got mucho texto. You got mucho texto there. Yeah, it's kind of like similar to what happened with Bayonetta, right? It's kind of a similar thing. Where people are kind of like interpreting it as different than it was intended to be. And then they get mad when it doesn't like conform to their beliefs, I guess. Like people thought that the Bayonetta thing was kind of out of left field. And I completely understand. Yeah, this is what he meant. He just doesn't know how to interpret it correctly. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's kind of like saying like, oh, like I am interpreting it in the Western way, as opposed to the way that it was originally intended to be presented. I guess, if that makes sense. Like, tangentially, something that is related to this, although it's not exactly the same thing. Yeah, Twitter coded, yeah. Is I watched a video recently on some guy who goes by Jello Apocalypse on YouTube. I've never heard of him before this video. apparently he was a well-known person. Never heard of him, never watched a single one of his videos. But apparently he was involved in the re-release and subsequently like English dub of this I don't want to say old, I don't want to say retro, but it's like a kind of an old anime called Lovely Complex. I don't really know too much about it. It was like a kind of a classic shoujo like piece. Yeah, and he was kind of like really politicized the translation for, I don't want to say no reason. The reason he did it is because the original work did not conform to his personal worldview. It did not conform to his personal beliefs. So he changed the, like, what he did, like, I had never really heard about this thing before this video, right? Because, like, I think I vaguely heard about something like this, but I didn't really pay attention to it because I was like, whatever, I don't really know what this is. And watching that video, like, I didn't know who this guy was before this video. And now I fucking hate this guy with every fiber of my being. And it's not because the video painted him in a bad light. The video was by June the King, who makes these very good, unbiased, like, kind of lolcow documentary videos. His videos are very good. I really like them because they are very unbiased and they show both sides to a story. They show the flattering and the unflattering, right? He doesn't really like shy away from trying to get the truth and trying to leave things open to interpretation. But yeah, this guy Jello, he seems to have this weird, well, I don't want to say it's weird. He makes a lot of like content based around like the media that he watches, I guess. And he seems to have this thing where every time there is a piece of media that he doesn't like, he will take pot shots at the creator. And, you know, I get it. It's a very easy thing to do. Like, I don't like this, so the creator must be a bad person. I understand how and why people do that. It's an easy way. It's a very easy way at getting people to like not like it's easy, right? It's easy. It's easy. You don't have to think about it. You just say like, oh, I don't like this, so the creator must be like some kind of asshole or freak or whatever, which is, you know, not really a nice thing to say, and also not objectively like a good way of like judging something, or I don't know what I'm trying to say. But I had never really heard that much about this situation before I watched the video. And for those of you who have not watched this video, I highly recommend you do, because it's June the King. His videos are really good. But what it sums up to is that he was involved in the English dub of this anime, Lovely Complex, that I mentioned. And he was involved with, I guess, I don't want to say the translation, because he was not doing translation. He was involved with the script. And what he basically did is he literally outright said, like, yeah, this show sucked, but we made it good. And his basic, like, reasons for not liking the show was essentially boiled down to it wasn't woke enough. That's literally what it boiled down to. The show is not woke enough. So it's bad. It's problematic because it has these things, or the character interactions are problematic. And keep in mind, this is a show from, I think, the early 2000s. Let me check. I'm pretty sure it doesn't look that new. It's 2007. First episode 2007. like, so it's been around for a while, and you could argue that it is a product of its time, or it is a product of the culture in which it was made in, which, that's kind of like, it really bugs me when people say stuff like, oh, this thing is bad because it doesn't conform to my personal beliefs, especially when it comes to like Eastern versus Western philosophy and like writing, if that makes sense. Which really seems to be a big problem now. Like, the main issue is that he basically rewrote the script so that it is like completely pretty different. He rewrote character interactions, he rewrote lines, and like I said, he basically tried to make it more woke because it wasn't woke enough for him in the original. He basically tried to change the intent of the product and even insulted the original creator for being like quote unquote close-minded or ignorant or whatever. Right? Like it's something malicious. And it's like this kind of goes into this thing where I feel like we're seeing a lot of this nowadays. It's a whole culture war bullshit thing. I don't really want to get into that. But it's like, if you don't like a piece of media, you don't have to engage with it. You don't have to engage with it. If you don't like something, if you don't want to watch something, if there's something about something that you just find abhorrent, then you don't have to engage with it. Like, no one is forcing you to do that. But, people like him seem to have this idea of, if something does not conform immediately to what I believe to be moral and virtuous and quote unquote correct, then it is wrong, it is bad, it is ignorant, it is offensive. And that kind of mindset is incredibly immature and downright offensive. I would go as far to say it is imperialistic, especially when you are applying that lens to a work created by someone from another culture, And this is something that I see a lot now with people getting into anime, is that they don't really seem to understand that there is a cultural difference between what we consider to be like, I guess normal, and what, is normal in another culture. And that dichotomy is kind of starting to I don't want to say blow up, but people don't seem to understand that. It's like a level of critical thinking that is not really people don't, they either can't do it or they don't know how to accept it, I think. And it's like, I understand liking something and being like, I don't like this aspect of this show. I wish this aspect of this show was different. So don't watch it. Or if you really are that intent, if you really do feel like it needs to be changed, write a fan fiction. Draw us fan art. Create your own AU. Create your own narrative, right? You can do that. You can do that. You are free to do that. You want your characters to have a happy ending? Write them a happy ending. Go find a fan fiction where they have a happy ending, right? You want to change something, then, create your own version where things are changed. You can do that. That you are empowered to do that. That is something you can do, right? But to go as far as to try and imply that the original piece of media is bad or wrong because it doesn't, reflect your personal beliefs or worldview is frankly like ignorant and disrespectful to an unbelievable degree. And what Jello did was unimaginably disrespectful. I cannot, it makes me mad. Genuinely, it makes me angry that, he had the audacity to do this and that he thought he was in the right for doing this. It's vile. It is a vile thing to do, and theoretically racist. Yes, absolutely. I would say more imperialistic than anything, but yeah. It's kind of similar to that, Extra Fuzzy, with the Attack on Titan thing. There is I don't want to get into that because that's a whole nother can of worms that I don't really want to touch, to be honest with you. But colonialism, yeah, exactly. It's very colonialist, very, very much so. Looking at a product from a different culture and say, this is bad, this needs to be changed because I, Western person, say that it is, right? That is colonialist. And these people, they just don't, they don't they're unable to see this. It boggles my mind because these are the same people who will criticize the US and the UK for their colonialist history. They will criticize, not to get political, Israel for being a quote unquote colonialist state. But it's okay when they do it, right? It's okay when they do it. And it that level of hypocrisy boggles my mind. It boggles my mind how you can not see that. It's right in front of your face and you can't see it. The interest of the human is in themselves only. That's a really good way of putting it. It's just it's a self thing, It's like me. What I believe is right. What I believe is true. What I believe is virtuous. What I believe is correct. It's this level of ego that is kind of unimaginable to me. And they mask their ego in the form of they mask it in the form of pretending to care about other people. They pretend to care about these things to mask their ego. And they don't even realize they're doing it. They mask it in the form of virtue. They don't even realize they're doing it. They are oblivious to the fact that they're doing it. And, if you try to call them out on it, if you try to point this out, they're all gonna team up on you. They're all gonna, if you disagree, you must be a bad person. Exactly. It's like you're criticizing me, the virtuous one, me, the pure one, the good person. You're criticizing me. So you must be a bad person. You must be a chud. You must be alt-right. You must be blah, 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 blah. And it's it's a really unfortunate way to see things, right? And I'm really glad I am having Tumblr flashbacks. I am. And I was literally about to connect it to this. I understand because I used to be the same way in my Tumblr days. I used to be the same way. I will admit to this, right? I will admit to this. I understand that line of thinking because I also thought that way. But then I kind of woke up. I stopped, quote, I like to say I stopped drinking the Kool-Aid, even though that sounds kind of like a dog whistle. I like to say it because I think it's an appropriate analogy. I stopped drinking the Kool-Aid, and I was able to see that there is nuance in everything. There is not one objective truth. There is not one objective belief, right? If you really want to get philosophical with it, what is right and wrong? What is moral? What is immoral? I'm not going to go that far because I don't want to work my brain that much, but it's what I would consider, I consider it to be a mental disease. That's the way I see it. It is a disease of the mind that is clouding people's judgment. Alex the Apostate. Like, yeah, there's a topic I can't talk about. Yeah, and it's like, I'm not going to go too far with this. I don't like to get political with this kind of stuff. You guys know I try to stay as far away from these things as possible because I frankly don't believe that politics has any place in VTubing whatsoever. That's just me. That's just how I run my stream. That's just my personal beliefs. Other people are free to have their own beliefs. Other people are free to disagree. Other people are free to stream the way they want to. And that's fine. That's okay. I am not going to say that someone else is a bad person because they do something that I don't like. I'm not going to do that because frankly, like I said, that's hypocritical, right? That's hypocritical because someone might feel the same way about what I do. I don't like, I don't like it if someone does something I don't like, but that's their right to do that. That is their freedom to do that. They can say what they want. They can do what they want. And that's just how it is. And you just have to live with it. You just have to live with the fact that people are going to do and say things that you don't like or agree with. That people are going to live in ways that you find to be, distasteful or repugnant. You just have to deal with that. You just have to deal with that. You stop engaging in certain behavior because you decide that it was poisonous. Yeah, exactly. So that's why I say it's a good analogy. And something else that I kind of learned to accept is that, like, I don't have to be seen as a good person. If someone wants to see me as a bad person, they can do that. There's nothing I can do about that, right? If someone, posture check, thank you. Like, stretch legs. Okay, let me just finish what I'm saying and then I will stretch my legs. Like, if someone thinks I'm a bad person for not explicitly stating, like, what I believe or not telling people to boycott McDonald's, then that's fine. To be honest with you, I really don't care about the opinions of someone as weak-minded as that. People like that, they're bugs to me. They're like ants on the ground. I don't care because you are mentally diseased. I don't care what a mentally diseased person thinks of me. I don't. And I'm not realizing that I don't have to do that was like, I'm free now. I can live my life. I'm free. Right? All right, I'm gonna go stretch my legs. I'll be right back. I'll be right here. I'm literally right here. Okay, hold on. I learned that too. When I was young, I was too focused on appearing to be good and being agreeable. Now I have my own. Yeah, exactly. I have my own values. I know what I believe in. I know what I consider to be right and wrong. I don't have to appeal to a group or follow a specific dogma, right? And I am secure with that. But in this, shut up. In this world, I guess, in this climate, that can be kind of a scary thing to do. Because sometimes you'll meet someone, right? And you'll get along really well. And you'll be like, okay, like we're cool, right? I'm cool with this person. They're cool with me. We get along well. We, have a decent, we're cool with each other. And then, you say something or you mention something or something happens, you do something and they really don't like it. It's not even anything crazy, it's not even nothing crazy, right? Nothing super crazy. And they interpret it very, very strangely. And then they just kind of cut you off, I guess. That's something that I'm kind of afraid of happening. And it's already happened one time where someone basically kind of they were kind of being shitty to my friend over something that was essentially not really kind of a nothing burger, I guess. It wasn't that big of a deal. And they kind of were talking about her behind her back for it. And, it's I thought we were cool. I thought you were you were chill, right? And it's after that happened, I was kind of if you're gonna do that to one of my friends, what's stopping you from doing that to me? Right? It's weird. It's weird. That happened to me for multiple people because I said I really didn't like Gundam Unicorn. Yeah, Gundam fans can be kind of wild about that too. I thought Unicorn was okay. I thought it was fine. It wasn't great. It wasn't horrible. It was just okay. It was just okay. The friend failed the purity test. That literally. And it's with people like that, it's all fun and games until you say something and they take extreme offense to it, even if it's something that is essentially non-offensive or not even really an issue, right? Oh, what's your favorite TV show? Oh, I really like Family Guy. It's really funny. You like Family Guy? Are you alt-right or something? That kind of shit. And it's what are you talking about? What? What do you, how did you go? How did you escalate that so quickly? Yeah, you're just ostracizing people for any reason, even if it doesn't make sense. Yeah, it's bizarre. And it's genuinely scary to me sometimes when I start talking to someone and I am not sure if they are that kind of person or not. Are they going to get really upset at me for, saying something that they, for whatever reason, get super, it's one thing if I were to say something actually offensive. If I were to say something actually offensive and actually, that's kind of, not okay. That's it's one thing if you're that, right? But if, you say something really, non-controversial, oh, I like this thing, I like this show, I like this band. And they're immediately you're a bad person because XYZ. And it's what? It's genuinely, it freaks me out sometimes because it's some people I'm friends with, I'm you're really cool. We get along really well. And I think you're a super cool person. But I am scared that you are going to do that to me. Right? It's scary sometimes. It's scary sometimes. Yeah, is this how people normalize behaving? It's really scary. So, and it's frustrating too, because it's I feel like I have to hide who I am or parts of myself from this person because I don't know if they're going to suddenly have a meltdown over something, right? I cut off a friend that made fun of began harassing another person for liking Harry Potter. No, that person deserved to be cut off. That person deserved to be cut off. No, you're fine for that. You're based for that, actually. It's it's a good example of that. If we're going back to the Harry Potter thing, is people who look at people who still like Harry Potter and basically like harass them. Like, liking Harry Potter means you agree with the things that the creator said. Like, it doesn't? Like, oh, you can no longer like this thing because the person who made it is a bad person. Like, in some, like, I understand, like, finding out about something like that and being a bit disappointed. Being like, oh, that's a little upsetting. But to go out of your way and, like, harass other people for it, like, it's really... It's not... You don't have to like the artist. You don't have to. Like, it's kind of a little bit of a different thing, I guess, if like, it's a really extreme case. Like, oh, yeah, it turns out that the creator of this thing is actually, like, a serial killer or, like, a murder rapist or, like, you know, something like that. That's a little, like, different. But if it's just, like, a ideological thing, then I think it's a little, like... It depends. It depends. But I do feel like, you know, harassing another person because they like a piece of media that is created by someone who says things that you don't agree with is psychotic behavior. It is genuinely psychotic behavior. Yeah, there would be a whole lot of music that we would not be able to listen to. Exactly, exactly. Like, fucking 1984 ass shit going on, right? 1984 ass shit. It's crazy. And it's like, they don't even see it that way. It's like, I'm doing the right thing because I am making the world a better place for people who are, like, less fortunate, I guess, or, like, oppressed or whatever. And it's kind of like... A lot of people... I think sometimes people just take things too personally. People just take things super personally, right? And in some cases, it's justified, but I feel like in a lot of cases, it's not. In a lot of cases, it's not. If you are uncomfortable with the things that someone says or does, then you can distance yourself from them. You can not interact with them. You can, like, do whatever. You can just not do that. You don't have to, like, create a war over it, you know? Yeah, like Michael Jackson is kind of a similar thing. Like, yeah, you know, what happened, you know, I mean, that's still kind of... Some people believe it, some people don't. Regardless, his music is good, right? Like, yeah. That's a really good point, Extra Fuzzy. When people try to get offended on your behalf or on behalf of other people, that is maddening to me. Like, you know, for example, like saying something and someone is like, oh, you can't say that because XYZ. And it's like, well, you're not like... You're not like that kind of person, so why are you getting offended, you know? Like, and it's different for every person, right? Some people, like, I understand what you're saying, and I agree. I think getting offended on someone else's behalf is really stupid. Like, yeah, people are not... very rarely doing it for actual serious reasons rather than, like, Twitter drama. Like, being like, oh, you can't say that because my cousin is blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, you're not your cousin, A. B, I don't care. Yeah, you know, like, have you considered the fact that I don't care? Like, that's not your problem. It's not my problem. It's not your problem. It's not my problem. So... what are you doing? Like, I understand where the mentality comes from. The mentality comes from correcting other people's behavior so that they... Yeah, the whole kimono thing. Yeah, that's always, like, a big one. When it's like... sorry. When it's like, you know, Western people are like, you can't wear kimono, you can't wear hanbok. That's cultural appropriation. When it's like, there are literal businesses in Korea, Japan, that involve getting foreigners to wear kimonos and like cultural clothing. That's not something that's like it's only offensive if you do it like incorrectly, if that makes sense. Like, for example, there's a specific way you have to like wear the kimono. Like there's a way for alive people and there's a way for dead people to wear it. You know, if you're in Japan, you don't want to make that mistake because that's a little weird. Like wearing a kimono the way they dress dead people. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that, right? But it's like, oh my God, don't even get me started on the Latinx shit. Oh my God, don't even get me started on that. That like, oh my God, that... I think the funniest part of that is that the people who did that, like, I don't think they were actually Spanish speakers, because apparently for Spanish, like native Spanish speakers, Latinx is not an easy thing to say or pronounce. Yeah, folks. What do you mean folks with an X? What are you talking about? Don't say that. Don't say that. Like, yeah, it's like, it's stuff that's like well-intentioned, but simultaneously, yeah, it's not pronounceable. It's not pronounceable. It's simultaneously really ignorant and causes a lot more harm than good. And especially when like, you know, what's a good way to say this? You're like essentially like a whitewashed American Latino that doesn't even speak Spanish, and you're trying to tell like people from like South America that like the way that they speak is wrong. Like, what's going on here? Like that's kind of the reason why, like, you know, like if there's like a if you're like how do I say this? If you were like born in the US, if you were like born in the US, Mexican, Argentinian, Peruvian, Brazilian, generally speaking, from what I've observed in South America, in Latin America, if you are born in the US and you do not speak Spanish or you do not have any connection to your culture, you are not considered like, they don't consider you to be one of them. They don't consider you to be one of them. Like, yeah, you can say like, oh yeah, like you can say you're genetically Mexican as much as you want. You could go down there and be brown, but they're not going to consider you as one of them. They're going to see you as an American. They're not going to see you like, oh, that's another like they're Peruvian like me. Like, no, they're going to see you as an American, right? Like I'm not going to say they're not going to be welcoming, but it's kind of like you're not seen the same way. And that's kind of how it is in certain places in the world. It's kind of similar, I think, in Asia as well. But yeah, no, there's kind of a reason why, like, you know, kind of people who are actually like born, raised in like, you know, Mexico, South America, kind of don't really have the greatest opinion of like American-born Latinos, because they do shit like that. Or they kind of say like, you know, they think they're better, or that they're like, I don't know how to explain this. It's if you know, you know. If you know, you know. But like, yeah. It's, yeah. The Portuguese are fuming because their kids are now speaking with a Brazilian accent. That's funny. Is there like a similar thing where it's like kids who grow up watching Peppa Pig develop like a slight British accent? Yeah, like it's their responsibility to enlighten us. Exactly. You know? Especially when it's like Americans tend to do this thing. It's funny because I've talked to a lot of people from like other countries, people from Europe, people from like, you know, Asia, South America, and they all agree that it's fucking weird how much of an emphasis Americans put on race, the white people complex. Yeah. Like they all think it's very bizarre that Americans are always like, oh yeah, I'm like 14% Polish. And they kind of expect to be taken seriously because of it. Like they think it's weird. They genuinely think it's weird. Like I've had like was it someone from France or Russia who was like, hey, why do Americans always do this? Like it's fucking weird. And I was like, yeah, I don't know, man. It is fucking weird. I think it just has to do with wanting to feel special. Wanting to feel special. I think that's really what it comes down to. You know? The Irish. Yeah, it's a similar thing with like, you know, a lot of people were like, "Oh yeah, I'm Irish. I know what oppression is. My ancestors were oppressed." And it's like, you're like third generation American. What are you talking about? You've never been to Ireland. You don't speak Gaelic. You don't even know what Irish food is. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Yeah, it's like you're not a Polish citizens, you know? And I guess in some cases it kind of makes sense because some countries will like grant you citizenship if you can prove your ancestry, right? I know they do that in Ireland. If you can prove your ancestry, you can get citizenship. I think they do it in Italy too. I'm not 100% sure. I know that's a thing in Israel. Yeah, you don't know of the Great Potato Famines. You eat fucking McDonald's French fries. What are you talking about? The hell you know, it's like they go to these countries and they're like, you know, going up to people and they're like, oh yeah, I'm half German. I'm half German. Did you know that? I'm half German. I'm like one of you guys, right? And you know, anyone is gonna be like, no, you're not. You're American. You're American. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you're not German. You're American. Like, that's who you are. That's who they're gonna see you as, right? That's not gonna change no matter what. And yeah, exactly. Like, I'm 13%, 21%, 30%, 8%, you know. It's like they don't seem to really want to understand that, like, they are not. I think this is probably like an American thing, a North American thing, although I think like other people, this happens to other cultures as well, where we kind of just assume that like, I don't want to say assume, what's the right way to say this? That like, we're just like people, we're not, unless you travel a lot, unless you travel a lot, you are not really going to understand that outside of North America, you are an other. You are an other, right? You are an other. You are seen as an other, no matter where you go, right? And that I think is something kind of hard for a lot of Americans to accept, especially if they're not someone who really leaves the country that much. And they are not used to being treated or seen in that way, right? Because I'm not going to say it's like they're not used to being oppressed, because that's kind of a little bit of a wild, like, way to say it. But it's kind of like you're not used to being seen as not like the cream, like the top of the food chain, I guess, if that makes sense, right? And that's kind of it's like, especially in Asia, that's something that a lot of, seen as non-native, a lot of foreigners in Asia especially kind of have a lot of trouble really getting used to and wrapping their head around that they will always be seen as the other, no matter what they do, no matter how well they integrate, no matter where they go, they will always be seen as the other. And to some people, that's intolerable. Some people find that incredibly intolerable. And that's fine, right? You don't have to like that. If you don't accept that, if you can't accept that, then go back to the US, I guess. Go back to the US, right? That's fine. But if you actually do want to you know, be able to live abroad, you need to be able to accept that. And more so, you need to be able to know how to work it, how to make it work for you. Because a lot of people see that as being a complete downside, as a complete detriment, right? Not being able to be fully accepted into another society. But there are a lot of upsides to that as well. There are a lot of ways in which you can make it work for you. And if you are willing to do that, if you can and are willing to do that, you will have a very fulfilling life. You will have a very fulfilling life, you know? But if for whatever reason you can't, then yeah, go back to Seattle or wherever you came from, right? Yeah, you know? And you know, different places will treat you the same. I mean, sorry, treat you differently. For example, like in more like poorer countries, I don't want to say poorer, but I mean like, for example, Southeast Asia, parts of Europe, parts of South America. If you go there as an American, people will see you as a walking ATM. People will see you as a walking ATM in certain places. Some people can kind of like are fine with that. I, for one, do not like that feeling. I do not like that feeling at all. You know, if you go to Thailand, that's a pretty good place. I felt like everyone was looking at me like I was a walking ATM, right? And I understand why. I understand completely why people would see me in that way, and it makes sense. I'm not really like saying it's wrong or offensive. That's just kind of how it is, right? But I find it to be a very gross feeling. Yeah, you're from X rich country. You must have money. Please help me. Yeah. And I'm not saying they're wrong for thinking that. I'm just saying, like, the way it makes me feel is very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable, right? I don't like being seen in that way. It makes you second guess a lot of interactions you have because, it's like, oh, this person is trying to get my money. This person is trying to sell me something, And for some people, it's fine. Like, for me, I don't like that feeling. I don't like that feeling at all. It is what it is. I would not be considered an outsider the rest of my life. If I was there at the age of 1 to 2 to live a full life, it would be the biggest chance, even culturally. Yeah, exactly. 3 women wanted to marry me so they could just move to a rich place. Yeah, you wonder how genuine they are. Yeah, exactly. And some people like the attention. They like, having people treat them with respect or whatever, even if it is only to get their money. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. It makes me feel really uncomfortable. I don't like that. So I'm, I don't really go to places in which that happens a lot, I guess. I don't know. Those aren't really places that I like to go to, if that makes sense. Yeah, I don't like people interested in money. Yeah, I understand why, but it makes me feel uncomfortable. Because, if you go to some place like, Korea, Japan, for the most part, people are just like, okay, you're like a tourist, right? You're a foreigner, right? Whatever. They don't really, it's not really going to be as much like that. For the most part, people will just kind of ignore you, which I like. Well, if you're in the big cities, people will usually ignore you. If you're out in the country, people will just like stop and stare at you, which is always very uncomfortable because I don't like it when people do that. But it is what it is. It is what it is, right? Nothing you can do about it. That's just how it is. Been in poor countries, but I don't live extravagant. Yeah. There's a lot of different ways that you could be seen. And that's kind of something that you have to accept, is that you will not necessarily be seen as the person who you are. You will be seen as what other people interpret you as being. And, for some people, that is kind of intolerable. For some people, that is intolerable. And that's fine. You know, that's fine for them. They feel that way. That's okay. They can feel that way. You know, like some people try, I think the problem I think people have in Asia especially is they either try a little bit too hard to integrate and they get upset when their efforts are not rewarded in the way they want them to be. I do think that you do have to integrate to a degree if you want people to take you a little bit more seriously, but you can't expect to be seen as the same. You cannot expect to be seen as the same. That's just 100% how it is, right? And yeah. Yeah, the people moving to Mexico for remote work. Exactly. Yeah, anyone who expects to always be seen as who they are, even in their home country, is kind of delusional. Yeah. Yeah, I see that too. Like, people will always interpret you however they want. That's not really something you can control. Like, yeah, you can exert a certain degree of control over it in a sense that you can, you know, make yourself appear the way that you want to be seen, but it's not 100%, right? It's not 100%. Not everyone is going to see you that way. Yeah, people can choose to interpret you as they wish. That's just something you got to accept, right? It's just something you got to accept. Yeah. You got to acclimate. Exactly. And, you know, it definitely just kind of depends on the person, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. It just kind of like bothers me a bit when people are kind of like make these kind of like blanket statements when they don't actually know how to, like, they had a different experience than someone else, and so they make a blanket statement that's not actually like true. Like, yeah, it you know, it was their experience, but that doesn't mean it's like that for everyone, you know. A good example of this, hold on, I need some water. I'm gonna just refill my water bottle soon. I might take a little bit of a break soon, just because I gotta go to the bathroom and get more water. Is at least this is a good example for me, is the gaijin seat phenomena in Japan, where if you are a foreigner, people will not sit next to you, no matter how busy the train is. I have never had that happen to me before. In my year of living in Japan, visiting different places, even just as a tourist, never happened to me before. Not once. Not once has that happened to me before. People sit down next to me, like, regardless of anything. I don't have that problem. I'm not entirely sure why I don't have that problem. I'm not Asian. I don't think I look Asian. I'm white, you know? But it's not a problem for me. One of my friends who does live in Japan, and she is married to a Japanese husband, she says it happens to her nearly every day. Granted, she does live in a little bit more of a, I don't want to say rural, but she lives outside of the big city, outside of, you know, a really highly populated area. And she also is like, she also has blonde hair and blue eyes. And she says it happens to her all the time. You know, I don't know, like, what that means or how, like, it's a different experience for everyone. It doesn't happen to me, but it happens to her, right? Whether that's because we both have, like, different appearances, or we both have different body language, or we take, she's like shorter than me, so we probably take up, like, the same amount of space. I don't know. You know, obviously it happens to people who are, you know, like, very obviously not Asian, like people who have dark skin or whatever, but it's not really a problem that I have. And even if I did have that problem, it wouldn't really bother me because, like, hey, free seat, right? I can, I can, you know, I could, you know, scooch over a little bit, get more room, right? But Yeah, it really depends. It really depends. I mean, the frustrating thing to me is that, tourism in Japan has exploded this year. And because of that, a lot of very rowdy and obnoxious incidents have been happening more often in Japan. And, I've seen videos, I'm sure you guys have seen videos of tourists doing stupid fucking shit. It pisses me off, really pisses me off, because as someone whose goal is to live in Japan, like, I'm gonna have to deal with people seeing me and thinking about that, right? That's just how it is. It pisses me off, but, it is what it is. The only thing I could do is, try to, I guess, integrate as much as possible and just be respectful and just not do stupid shit. And, but it pisses me off. It pisses me off so much when I see people do that shit. Just be disrespectful, just be obnoxious. Because it's like, you're ruining it for everyone. You're ruining it for the tourists. You're ruining it for the residents, the foreign residents. You're ruining it for you're ruining it for yourself. You're ruining it for everyone, right? You're ruining it for everyone. And, it's frustrating because it's like, if I tell people I'm American and they're like, oh, okay, so it's one of those things. Like, I've literally had people tell me, like, when you travel, you should probably start telling people you're Canadian. And I've considered doing this before. I've seriously considered doing this. I think it's kind of funny, but I don't like lying. I don't like lying to people. So that's really not something I am going to do unless, like, World War III actually starts and, America gets in a worse reputation than it already has in the rest of the world. Then I'll start telling people I'm Canadian. But for now, I would prefer to tell the truth, right? Okay, time for a break, time for a pee break. Let me switch to the BRB screen here. I am going to run an ad, so I suggest you guys get up and stretch and get some water or whatever yourselves, and I will see you guys in a few minutes. Bye bye! I'm back. I'm back. Switch back over. Ulu, hello, Alex Azarashi, Seal. Yep, that's me. So there is a problem I have with my new water bottle. And that is, it is very hard for me to see when it is filled to the top. And that's partly because of just the way we have a Brita, right? The Brita is in the fridge. So when I open the water bottle and I put the opening under the spout, it is a lot harder for me to see what the water level is. And also I can't feel the water level either. Because my old water bottle was a single-walled aluminum water bottle, I would be able to feel where the water was because like I could feel the coldness, right? Like when the coldness reached up to my thumb, which was near the top of the water bottle, I would, stop so that it doesn't overflow. With this one, it's much harder to do that. And so I keep having to like check because I've already had a few incidents in which I've overfilled it and then water goes all over the floor. Yeah, by sound. I'm gonna have to learn the sound on this one. I'm gonna have to learn the sound. Float an ice cube in it. That's actually a good idea. I could probably do that. Yeah, okay, that might be a good idea. Is this none of those effort makes me sad? No, it doesn't. Filling up my water bottle doesn't make me sad. No. Yeah, my one ice cube drink. I mean, I don't even need the ice cube because like I said, this thing is really well insulated. Really well insulated. Crazy well insulated. So, yeah. Oh, there is, I do have another thing I want to talk about. Hold on. Excuse me. Oh God, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Just the rest of life going on makes Alex sad. There was some VTuber drama going on the other day where a VTuber, a somewhat large VTuber, made a post saying like, yeah, streaming is so, I mean, this whole subject, time loops, like at least twice a year, right? Where someone is like, streaming is a much easier job than a 9 to 5. And people are like, actually. And it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, I don't think it's objectively true. I mean, it depends. Like, it is something that depends entirely on the person. Like, is streaming easier than working at a construction site? Yeah. Yeah, I'd say that's, that's true. Like, objectively speaking, that's true. You're not doing any physical labor, right? You're not doing any physical labor. So, like, yeah, if you're gonna, like, do it that way, it's true. Is it easier than working in an office? I mean, maybe? Do you like working in an office? If you like working in an office, then it might be harder because you're, pretty much isolated, right? So if you like working in an office, then maybe streaming would be harder for you. If you don't like working in an office, then yeah, streaming would probably be easier. Like there is a lot of nuance in this conversation, this topic. And people really are very stubborn about it, and they refuse to see that there is nuance to this. And it really came to a head when this smaller VTuber basically said, like, yeah, streaming is easy. It's easier and harder. I agree with that. It is easier and harder. Yeah, no water cooler gossip, exactly. But this smaller streamer replied to the tweet and basically said, like, yeah, streaming, the active streaming is easier, but the behind the scenes work, trying to get people to notice you, looking at your analytics, like trying to, thumbnails, trying to come up with like ways to get people to notice you, that's harder. that's harder. If you are actually trying to grow, if you are trying to make something of yourself as a streamer, then you're going to have more work. There is more for you to do because you actually have to start caring about, your numbers and things like that. And, the larger streamer basically replied and said, like, no, she didn't really reply. She like blocked her and then she shit talked her on her own stream. And she basically said, like, oh, if you're streaming for numbers, then you shouldn't be streaming at all. Then you shouldn't be streaming. You're not in it for the right reasons, right? And something like that coming from a larger VTuber, that's like, girl, come on. Like, on one hand, there is some truth to what she's saying. If you start streaming purely because you want money, or you want to be popular, or you want to be famous, then, you could argue that your intentions are not pure, right? You could argue that. And to an extent that is true. But the fact of the matter that she kind of refused to acknowledge is that people stream because they want attention. You can pretend like that's not the case all you want. People stream because they want attention. They want people to notice them. They want people to interact with. They want to build a community. They want, people, they want to be seen, right? They want to be seen. And, easier for you to say because you're already seen. You have hundreds of people in your chat, plenty of people to talk to. You're already seen, right? You don't have to do anything. But, it's, and even more so is when people who are also basically I've seen some smaller streamers do this too, where they're basically yeah, I have been a small streamer for X amount of years and I don't care about viewers. I don't care about making it big. I don't care about the money. I'm doing this because I love it. I'm in it for the love of the game. And it's they kind of act like they're better than people who actually have aspirations. It's fine if it's just a hobby to you. It's fine if you don't care. But you shouldn't put down people who actually do care and who actually do have aspirations and who do want to make it work. You're not better than them and they're not better than you. We're in this game together, right? You don't need to try to play. There shouldn't be a hierarchy, right? And it's especially disingenuous to me when people are when there's someone really beginner streamers or just small streamers, people who can barely have less than 10 viewers are basically it kind of sucks when there's no one in chat, or I only got two hits on my stream, even though I streamed for 6 hours. It sucks when that happens, right? And someone comes along and is well, have you tried not caring about views? Have you tried not caring about, if people watch you or not? And it's well, if people didn't care, if streamers didn't care if people were watching them or not, then why would they become streamers in the first place? If you don't care about people watching you, why not just play video games in your room by yourself? Right? I don't understand where that logic comes from. Oh yeah, you should be happy broadcasting yourself to 0 people. And it's I don't think you fundamentally understand the concept of live streaming. I don't if you genuinely think that, you fundamentally do not understand the concept of streaming, why people become streamers in the first place. Like I said, people stream because they want to be seen. They want to be seen, right? Pretending that you don't like want to be seen while also being a streamer is a little weird to me. Like you're trying to make yourself seem more virtuous or some shit. Like you should love it simply like the act of it. When it's like, well, the whole like you're streaming on Twitch. Twitch has a chat box. YouTube has a chat box, right? The chat box is normally an integral part to the stream, unless you are doing some kind of stream in which chat is not integral, right? Some people do that. Some people do that. Some people stream without reading the chat. Some people just do silent gameplay streams. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, and you know, some people stream because they can't do anything else. They can't leave their house, they're disabled, they're whatever. Like, yeah, not paying attention to numbers because of stress. That is, I think, like important. If you know, like, cause that's what I've been doing. I kind of stopped looking at my numbers for the past like 6 months because it was just causing me too much stress. And I have found my enjoyment has increased because of it, you know? And some people are okay with it, some people aren't, that's fine. But, you know, it's like people stream because they want to be seen, you know? Like, people stream because they want to be seen. You know, I remember when I just started streaming, having one person in my chat, having, you know, 2 people in my chat was absolutely, like, amazing to me, right? To me, that was like, wow, that's crazy. Like, one person thought I was entertaining enough to watch, right? And, you know, as I've grown, I think, you know, that tends to change. We stream because it's nicer than screaming into a literal hole. Yeah. And I think where the problem comes is when people are dissatisfied with the speed of their growth. And I think that is completely understandable. That is completely reasonable, you know, to be, you know, kind of, I don't want to say upset, but to be demotivated because you are not growing at a speed that, you know, you comparatively other people grow, that you're plateaued or whatever. I think that's like a reasonable thing to be kind of sensitive about, right? Because, you know, going from like 0, you know, going from 1 viewer to 10 viewers, that's like, wow, you know, like that happened to me in what I feel like was a really, like, what I feel to be like a decent amount of time. I think that was like maybe like a 6-month growth period for me. Yeah, it was more or less like a 6-month growth period, I think. And, you know, that was really fantastic to me. Going from 10 to 20, that was another, I think like 6 or maybe 8-month growth period. And that was also, you know, that felt good. You know, since then, last year, I was kind of really in my feelings about this because my viewership was not growing at all. And it was just kind of staying stable. It has been stable since. And, you know, I was just kind of stressing about that all the time when you know, so many people around me, a lot of my friends grew much faster than me. They've been growing a lot faster than me. And, you know, I'm happy for them, right? I'm really happy and excited for them. But you can't help but compare yourself to that. That's just a human thing. You can't help to compare yourself to that. Yeah, this streamer went from 50 viewers to 800 in 6 months, and I've only gone from 20 to 30 in that time. Yeah, exactly. It will destroy you if you dwell on that, which is why I've kind of stopped doing that. You know, I've realized that like I need to actually focus on doing what I love, which is playing video games and hanging out with you guys. Right? That's what I love doing. I love that. I love getting to talk to you guys. I love like hanging out, and I love playing video games. I love, you know, showing you guys the games that I play. Right? If I do what I was doing and just constantly look at my numbers after every stream and really kind of analyze it a little too deeply, then yeah, I am going to get a little, you know, yeah, stressed out. And I think it's kind of like it's hard not to compare yourself to others. And growth is really so random. So random. You know, people will say you need to do XYZ, you need to game the algorithm, you need to play these games, you got to do these things, you got to, pump out shorts, you got to do this. And it's like what works for one person may not work for another person. That's just how it is. That's just how it is, And, there are various reasons for that. There's a lot of reasons for that, right? Some people just seem to explode out of nowhere. And that's always like frustrating to see. I don't want to say frustrating because that sounds kind of like that makes it sound bad. That makes it sound bad when I say that. I mean, it's very much like you get a little bit jealous, right? I don't really like to use the word jealous because jealousy is kind of like a toxic emotion. I mean, I'm not going to say that I don't feel jealousy. I do feel jealous. I do get jealous, but I'm not like, it's normal. It is normal. But I think how you not express, but how you work through it is really what can kind of make or break you. If you're someone who gets really toxic and starts putting other people down because you're jealous of them, you're not going to make it very far. You're not going to make it very far because that mentality is not conductive to your growth and your you as a person, your content, because people can generally, at least to me, I think most viewers can tell if a streamer is being genuine or not. I think that the majority of viewers can tell. Sometimes they can't. Sometimes they can't. Sometimes they get fleeced, right? And that happens. But I generally think that most people, most viewers can tell if someone is, doing it for reasons other than, enjoyment, if that makes sense. At least I can. I am pretty good at reading people, right? At least for me. There's been a few times where I've looked at certain streamers or oh, this person is becoming, growing bigger. They're becoming more popular. I'll check them out. And I remember there was this one streamer who started getting really popular. I'm not trying to put them down. I'm not going to specify who they are, but I remember I watched a few of her streams and I just got this vibe from her, this really weird vibe that she didn't care about her viewers. I got the really strong vibe from her from that. And I couldn't really explain to myself why. It's just a vibe I got, right? And then, eventually later down the line, there's some drama that came out around her and she was basically parasocial maxing. She was parasocial maxing. Some of her whales, quote unquote. I don't like using that word. But she was parasocial maxing with some of her biggest donors. And then she ended up just kind of disappearing. And, it's one of those things oh yeah, I'll be back in a month or so. And then she never came back. And, I kind of just yeah, a gold digger. I kind of got that vibe from her. And it seems and I was quite surprised because I was she had a lot of viewers. And I was very surprised that most of her viewers couldn't seem to pick up on this, right? That they couldn't really see it, if that makes sense. And, I guess in certain cases people can't tell, but I do think that a lot of people can tell if you're being disingenuous or you're lying or you're putting up a facade, right? Some people are better at lying than others. I'm a bad liar, so I lie periodically, mostly to protect my own safety, right? I feel that's normal as a streamer. But there are certain things that I'm not really gonna lie about because I'm a bad liar and I don't like lying, But I love lying. I lie for fun. Yeah. 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 All right. All right. But, in the case of people like that, I can understand not really liking people who have that mentality as a streamer. But, coming down on small streamers who they just want a community. They just want people to talk to. They just want to connect with people and saying like, "Oh, you're bad for wanting that. You're bad for feeling that way." That's really it's very disingenuous, especially coming from a larger streamer, right? Like obviously, if the streamer is putting down their viewers for like not coming to their streams or not donating to them enough or not giving them enough attention, that's one thing, right? That is one thing that you should never do as a small streamer is, act like try to put the blame on your viewers and make them feel bad for your lack of success. Even if that is, even if you think it's true, you should never do that, right? You should never do that. Because at the end of the day, this is like it's an unfair landscape. Sometimes the algorithm boosts people and ignores others. That's just how it is. That's just how it is, right? And there's not really anything you can do about it, I do think that you should try to enjoy it for as much as you can for what it's worth. Because I remember there was some study that came out that said the majority of like indie VTubers give up after 2 years. 2 years is the average lifespan of an indie VTuber. Which, yeah, that makes sense to me. I'm not surprised about that. 2 years is kind of like I felt that. I felt that last year when I was approaching my, 2-year anniversary. I felt that. But you need to be able to move past that. You need to be able to move past that. That's longer than I thought. Yeah. Yeah, it told me he knows how to make me go big by buying his 10-step course. I'm always a little bit suspicious of people who are like, oh yeah, here's my foolproof guide to blowing up as a VTuber. And it's like, yeah, that may have worked for you, but doesn't mean it's going to work for me, right? Yeah, number of last stream blank years ago. And there's definitely some people I follow who just kind of disappeared into the void. Out of, obviously they have a reason for it. But, if you don't know what that reason is, then it's like, okay, you just disappeared. Whether you moved on in life or you gave up, like it happens, And, there's also people who've been streaming for 10 years who maybe max out at 50 viewers or whatever. And I think it's one of those things that really comes down to an individual basis. How streaming affects you, how you think about streaming, what your goals are, if you have goals, what you enjoy, what you don't enjoy. It really comes down to an individual thing. I like to, it's easy to say that the cream of the crop will rise to the top. Like the VTubers that are actually talented will naturally grow big. That they will, they will be accepted into a big agency because they are actually talented. It's very easy to say that. Yeah, Iron Mouse streamed for 6 years before she was even noticed. Yeah, exactly. And I do think that there is some truth to that people who are actually good at streaming, who are genuinely good entertainers and who do care about their communities are going to grow naturally. But that's not always the case. That is not always the case. There's definitely some people who I've seen and watched who I find to be so entertaining and so funny and interesting. And I'm like, how do other people not see this? How are you, how are there so many people who are just passing over you when you're so, interesting and funny? And those people those are the people that I feel like sometimes they give up. I feel like a lot of the time they give up, and sometimes they don't, you know? But it's sad when it's like someone who it's like, oh, I really like this person, and they just give up. They just stop, you know? And sometimes you're like, well, was there more I could have done to encourage them, to make them feel noticed? Sometimes there is, sometimes there isn't, right? Because everyone has different reasons for having to stop streaming. Whether they, the joy is gone, whether they got in too much drama, or whether it's because like they have to put their job first, they have to put their health first, they have to put their life first. There's so many reasons. But yeah. When Alex hits 10K CCV, she better remember us just saying, I don't think that's ever gonna happen. But I appreciate your confidence. Yeah, without luck and timing, you're probably not gonna get huge. Yeah. Yeah, when you hit 10K, you're all gonna be the most annoyingly smug chatters ever. Yeah. You guys can flex on all like the newbies, like, oh yeah. I was watching Alex when she was really small. I know all the deep lore. You guys don't know anything, you know? Oh God. I've been talking too much. I need to take my Chinese cough syrup again. But, it's not fair. Streaming is not really a fair landscape in terms of like growth in whatever. Still, the one girl who had to leave because her entire family was diagnosed with cancer. Oy, oy, oy. Oh man, that's rough. That's really rough. But yeah, it is what you make of it. And it really comes down to your mentality. I do feel very strongly that if you are not a good person, if you are dishonest, if you are vindictive, you will get found out eventually. Right? Because people who have bad attitudes, they never they can coast along for a very long time. But if you have a bad attitude, people will catch on to that eventually. People will catch on to that eventually, and people will call you out for being toxic, right? It's going to happen eventually. It may happen soon. It may happen in a couple years, but if you are a nasty person behind the scenes, it's going to come out. It's going to come out eventually. Like we've seen it happen before. We've seen this happen before, right? So, my MO is to treat people how I want to be treated, right? In terms of like other streamers and in terms of like, chatters as well, unless they're being dicks, in which case I will be fucking rude to them and mean to them. But I do believe strongly in treating other people how you want to be treated. What goes around comes around. I do believe in that. What you put out into the world, you will get back. Right? Yeah, the golden rule. The golden rule. I know it sounds really cringe. And like preschool level like mentality. But I genuinely do believe that what you put out into the world, that kind of energy, you will get back, right? You will get back. Not necessarily in a karmic way. Like if you do bad things will happen to you. But like if you have a nasty attitude, people who also have nasty attitudes will kind of surround you. You will fall into line with those people. And when those people end up being nasty to you and you're like, why are all these people being nasty to me? You should probably like do a little bit of self-introspection. It's like they say, like, if bad things are constantly happening to you, like people are constantly like, if you had a bad experience with everyone you meet, a bad experience with everyone you interact with, chances are you might be the problem. You might be the problem. I've definitely seen this a lot where, certain VTubers are like, oh, people just use me. People just like, I'm friends with someone and like everyone, I don't have any friends because everyone betrays me and everyone like, people use me, everyone betrays me, blah, 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 it's like, have you looked a little bit? And then it's like, I'm not saying this is always the case. Some people are just extremely gullible. Some people are just extremely gullible and frequently get taken advantage of because of their gullibility. This does happen. This happens. But yeah, narcissistic people will refuse to see themselves as the problem, And there's a lot of narcissistic streamers out there. There's a lot, And you need to have you need to be grounded, right? You need to have some baseline level of like knowing what is acceptable and what isn't, right? Like, maybe I shouldn't talk bad about this person behind their back because that might come to bite me in the ass one day, right? You're allowed to think, like, you're allowed to not like people. You're allowed to think, you're allowed to think bad things about people. That sounds weird to say. You are allowed to think bad things about people. You're allowed to think, like, I hate this person. I hope their house blows up. You're allowed to think that. I think everyone does to some degree. But to bring that into the world, to vocalize that or to publish those kinds of thoughts, to bring them from your mind into reality, I don't think that's a good thing. I don't think that's a good thing. Like, it's one thing if you're joking with your friends and you're all on the same page. But, if you're like saying shit and someone is clearly like, I don't know about that. Like, maybe you should like stop and think about what you're saying. You can think on them, give them a pipe bomb. You can't do it in reality. Yeah. Like, there's plenty of people I don't like. There's a lot of people I don't like. I don't respect. I don't trust, But I'm not going to say that, I'm not going to say that for a variety of reasons. One, because like I said, I think that vocalizing that kind of thoughts is bad. Two, because, maybe this person isn't as bad as I thought they were. Maybe me and this person would actually get along. Maybe we'd be able to find common ground. Because that has happened to me before. Like, I'll meet someone and I'll fucking hate them. Right? And then all of a sudden one day, like, we sit down and talk. And I find out, like, hey, actually this person isn't so bad. Actually, we do have a lot of common ground. Actually, they're really chill. That's happened to me before, right? So I don't really like to put off like that kind of thing because it's like, you never know. It might happen. You do have to open yourself up a little bit though. But and also because like it's just bad on a professional level to shit talk other people. If you do take streaming seriously on a professional level, it's just bad to shit talk people who are in the same space as you, right? Even if you don't like them, it's just not a good idea. It's just not professional. It's not nice, because, there may be a situation in which you might have to work with them or you might be passed over for an opportunity because you don't like this person. I've seen it happen where people get passed over for big opportunities because they have vocalized their feelings towards someone involved in it or someone that, another person involved in it feels really strongly for. Yeah, the worst person is actually a chill guy. Now you actually have to act like you never hated them. Yeah, exactly. You never know all the connections people have, including yourself. Exactly. And, some people argue like that it's disingenuous to pretend to get along with someone you hate. That's like using them, right? And on some level it is. Like accepting a collab with like a big VTuber that you don't actually like simply for the sake of getting to use their connections and, get more exposure. I don't think that's a good thing. I don't think that's a good thing. Like, that is kind of clout chasey-ish. Like, I'm not saying you have to be friends with everyone you interact with. You don't have to be friends with someone you don't like. But you do have to treat them with a certain degree of professionalness and respect, even if you may not necessarily like them. Pretending to be their friend to get stuff out of them, that's wrong. That's fucked up, right? That's not okay. That's not okay. But, let's say you have an opportunity and, that person is involved in that thing. You have two options. You could either turn down the opportunity. You show courtesy regardless, exactly. Or you accept it and you just keep your feelings to yourself and you minimize your interaction with that person and you just kind of go your separate ways and you don't have to make a big deal out of it. Because if you involve yourself with another person and they find out that you were shit talking them behind their back, that's not a good look. That's not a good look at all. That's not a good look. That's not a good look, right? That's really not a good look. And I think this is something that I think a lot of VTubers seem to not really understand. Even if you are streaming just as a hobby, even if you are only streaming for fun, you should still treat other streamers with courtesy and respect, right? You should still treat other people with courtesy and respect because you are coexisting in the same space. You don't have to like each other. You don't have to, have the same beliefs. You don't have to share a community. You still need to show them basic courtesy, right? Regardless of their size, regardless of what they believe, regardless of anything else. Because you never know how people are connected. You never know what kind of connections people have. Yeah, shit talk at the front so you can claim it was a bit. Yeah, that's a good strategy. That's a good one. And especially a lot of younger streamers. I mean, honestly, I've seen people who are like in their 30s do this. Like, just kind of be shitty. Bisuto, welcome in. You should treat other people with courtesy, regardless of where you are on the internet or in real life. If that courtesy is not extended to you back, then you don't have to interact with them. If someone is not giving you the same courtesy, then you don't have to interact with them. You don't have to do that. You don't have to call them out or make a big deal out of it. You just don't have to interact with them, right? It doesn't need to be a big deal. Just like, I just don't interact with that person. That's fine. Like, that it doesn't need to be a big deal. If people try to start rats about that, oh, thank you for the posture check. Then that's there's nothing you can do about that, But you ideally should treat other people with courtesy because you're in the same space, right? And if you're slap fighting with other people's communities and other streamers, that's just not a good look regardless of anything, I'm not saying that bad people shouldn't be called out, right? I'm not saying that misgivings and wrongdoings should not be, pointed out. But so much of the time, it's people trying to start shit over nothing, right? People trying to start shit over nothing. And it's you're never going to gain anyone's respect if you do that. You're never going to gain anyone's respect if you do that. You're not going to do that. That's not going to happen. If that's how you want to live your life, that's fine. But don't be surprised when people do not extend courtesy to you or actively avoid you because they see you are the type of person who starts shit with people and gets into slap fights, That's, yeah. And I think a lot of people are basically, they act like assholes. And the excuse they use for that is that they're being honest. They're being real. they're not hiding their intentions, you know? And well, that might be true. If your intentions, if your thoughts are always negative, if you're always talking shit, criticizing people, saying bad things all the time, that's all you do, you might not be a very good person. You know, like if people constantly say you're negative or you're overly critical or you're just starting shit for no reason, chances are you probably are. Chances are you probably are, you know? Was semi-professional to say Bob's a fuckhead, but I respect his work in front of Bob and would always just take the compliment. Yeah. Like there are different degrees of casuality, I guess, where it's like some people are mature enough to agree to disagree. Some people cannot like each other, but still work together. A lot of you're a pain in the ass, but I respect you in the trades. Yeah, probably. It would not surprise me, you know? But I've noticed, especially in this space, if you criticize someone, you say one tiny thing, it can really blow up. And to be fair, I don't think you should be vocally critical of other people unless it's like absolutely necessary. Like, you know, if I'm talking about someone I saw or something I saw, I'm not going to say who it is, right? Like, unless they actually did something reprehensible, in which case I will say that person's name. But, you know, generally speaking, like, if someone hasn't really, like, if it's stupid, if it's a nothing burger, if it's a non-issue, I see no reason to try and defame someone. Not that I would be able to do that. But it's just like, why? Why? Just like do your own thing, dude. Just why do you fucking care about what this other person is doing? Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit, right? It's just, it's one of those things. Oh, I was editing. I posted the Death Stranding VOD onto YouTube yesterday. But I noticed there are some bits of the VOD that are muted, which is unusual because I did not mute them. So I don't know if that was like an error in the exporting or if it's actually like something that like was muted in the VOD. Because normally when I export a Twitch VOD to YouTube, like even if the VOD says it was muted, it's not muted in, like, if I export the VOD, it's not muted, if that makes sense. If I look at the VOD on Twitch, it will be muted. If I export the VOD, it will not be muted. So maybe it was, like, some kind of really strong, like, mute thing that Twitch did that I can't really do anything about, or the VOD got corrupted somehow. Because I did have a little bit of an issue uploading that VOD. So I'm re-uploading it right now, and I'm going to see if that has the same thing. If it has the same issue, there's nothing I can do about it. Could be something else built into the game. I don't think so, because I was playing through my capture card, and, you know, that was plugged into my PC. The whole stream was muted. Not just the music, not just the game, the whole stream, my voice, everything. So yeah, I want to try and fix that. I don't know if I can, but I will certainly try. I will certainly try. It sucks because one of the moments that was muted was a moment that I actually liked, you know? So yeah. Interesting things though is that the last VOD, I can't monetize it. I'm not monetizing it because, you know, copyright issues. But one of the songs is blocked in a particular country. Woodkid's song "To the Wilder" is blocked only in Russia. Only in Russia. So if you are from Russia and you're watching my stream, You're not going to be able to watch the last bit of the Death Stranding VOD on YouTube. You should be able to on Twitch. I don't know, maybe. I have no idea. So either Woodkid really fucking hates Russians, or it's like the it's a distributor licensing thing. I don't know. Just kind of odd. Because it's like normally no jams for Igor. Yeah. Because it's like normally when that happens, it's usually banned in like several countries. Like, okay, this video is like not available in these countries because of licensing issues. But when it's only one country, I'm like, huh, that's a little odd. What did this country do to make them not deserve to be able to hear Woodkid's music, right? I don't fucking know. I don't know, dude. They know what they did. I don't know. It's also Russia. I don't know. Let me see if I can find another VOD. Weird effect of sanctions? Could be. Let me actually see if I can find another example of a VOD. Oh, I'm actually getting kind of tired. I am still full from those garlic fries I ate earlier. Oh, this VOD is also partially blocked. Oh, that's new. It wasn't partially blocked before. That's weird. Let me guess. Is this the same thing? Copyright. Eligible for revenue sharing, cannot be monetized, cannot be seen since. Oh, yeah, it's To the Wilder by Woodkid again. Yeah, you cannot be seen in Russia. Claimant is blocking these territories. Yeah. Same thing happened with the Death Stranding 2 game premiere. Let me look here. How do I do this? Hold on. Could easily be something to do with the government. It probably is. Copyright. Yeah, let's filter by copyright. Yeah, I want to filter by copyright. Why isn't it not? How do I do this? Filter by visibility. No, that's not it. Filter by copyright? That is also not working. Oh, Step Mania. Some of the Step Mania VOD was blocked. I'm curious as to what that is. Take a look at this. Ordinary World featuring Naomi Coleman cannot be seen in Belarus and Russia. Okay. Dubby Doobie Doob from Me and My, one of my favorite DDR songs, cannot be seen in Belarus and Russia. All right then. Oh, okay. The Step Mania. Oh, this is an old one. Or is this one blocked? I'll bet you $5 it's going to be, excuse me, in Eastern Europe again. Video can't be seen, or some territories are monetized. The Batman theme cannot be seen in Russia. Okay. Low by Flo Rida featuring T-Pain cannot be seen in Belarus and Russia. Okay. All right. Well, I can't really. I mean, I could technically do something about that, but I don't actually care enough to do something about that. Putin didn't like that Kojima failed to respect his chip. Flo Rida? What are you talking about? Did I say it wrong? I said Florida. Did I say Florida? As in Flow Rider? You know who I'm talking about, right? The rapper? Is he a rapper? Florida? Florida? Is that how you say it? Florida? Because I mean, obviously it's Florida. Florida. Okay. You said Florida. I did? I don't know what I said. I don't know what I said anymore. I'll be real with you. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. You called him Florida Man. I mean, that's his name, Florida Man. I feel like we just had a collective stroke. This always happens every time I pronounce something in a way that people don't like. Someone corrects me, and then I'm like, no, I didn't say it that way. And then someone else is like, yes, you did. And someone else is like, no, you said it the right way. And then everyone gets confused. And I'm just sitting here like, okay. Okay. Whatever, man. Whatever. I'm sorry I mispronounced Florida's name. How do you say coelacanth? Coelacanth. That's how it's pronounced, right? Coelacanth. It's a tricky word, but I'm pretty sure it's coelacanth. Right? Right? I don't know. Ugh. Oh, coming up on the 4-hour mark. I am tired. You're not my friend that said coelacanth. Coelacanth. I like that. That's really funny. Like, it's a fish, but it's shaped like a Coca-Cola bottle. A coelacanth. That's funny. I like that. I think I'm going to call it here for today. I am tired. I'm eepy. I'm eepers. And I'm out talked and my throat is starting to hurt. So I do not have a schedule for next week. I am on standby for jury duty. Yay. So I have no idea what's going on. I won't know until I think tomorrow. I don't know how jury duty works. This is my first time actually taking jury duty seriously and doing it. So we'll see what happens. If I am able to provide you guys, let me switch over. Hold on. If I am able to provide you guys with a schedule, then I will. But it might just be gorillas for the rest of this week. I also have a lot of schoolwork that I need to do. So yeah. Let me see. I can feel the happiness in your voice. Yay, jury duty. I love doing my patriotic duty. Okay, who is online right now? Anyone that I know? Let's go say hi to... Let's go say hi to Yoro Yo-Yo. She's so funny. I love her. She's so cute. She's so funny. I'm going to send you guys over there. Before I do, I just want to say, I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you're from. And hopefully, I'll see you all next time.